professor, immediately they gave a failed grade. And like this, the student was caught 2 to 3 times, and finally the student had to be recessed for almost 1 year. And when it is recessed for 1 year, what happens? Immediately the student go for exit. They leave the university. So ChatGPT is important just for information purpose, but what we feel is that you can use the material from ChatGPT, but you need to create your own material. That is what is very important, because here what the professor did, professor himself drawn out through the ChatGPT the answer, and that answer matched with the answer of the student. Because student also used ChatGPT, professor also used ChatGPT, and it was in the same angle. So that's the reason you'll find that academic issue is one of the issue. Term of program is also very important. So here you'll find that many students, in a couple of places, I'm talking specifically in the Middle East region, you'll find many students leave the program because they don't want to do a 4-year degree program. They want to complete it as fast as possible. They want to skip the term. They want to see that you're in the first year, in the first 6 months, you go to second year in the next 6 months. But that is not possible in academics. Academics, there is no shortcut method. You need to finish, you need to see that if you're talking about an MBBS degree, or if you're talking about an engineering degree, what do you expect? You expect that you need to complete a term of study. 4 years term, or 5 years or 6 years term. Then only you become competent in order to face the industry. So that's the reason many of the students, they look for fast track, they look for shortcuts, they look for plagiarism. They, if they fail 3 times, or if they get a grade C minus in the American system, if you get a grade C minus also, you are considered as a failed student in the university, because they say that you cannot graduate, okay, unless you have a minimum of C grade. Same way, lack of term GPA. So term GPA, sometimes a student does only 1 course in a term and he is not able to reach grade C. So again he is recessed. Same way, assignment getting 0, probably online studies, no email reply, tough assessments, lack of clarity in syllabus, too many assessments. So you'll find that a lot of these things are really affecting, and it goes with the retention problem. Okay, so that's the reason you'll find that a lot of things which goes with even in the mental disorder. You'll find one of the students' parent, they said that, oh, my child cannot do so much of assignment. In the online, you will find that each component is assessed through the assignments and examinations. So he said, my child cannot take up the so much of load. 10 assignments for 1 course in 1 semester is said too much because he cannot take up the load. So we had to give a special request to the professor saying that for this particular student you need to assess this in a different way. So a lot of difficulties are there. Same way there is financial issues about payment, etc. So that is also leading to a lot of problems relating to withdrawal of the student from the university. Okay, so 38% they feel that it is because of the financial pressure. Difficulty in balancing the life and college, again 54%. Due to personal or family reasons, it goes around 32%. So a lot of figures shows that there is lot of difficulty in managing the turnout, and the dropout rate, 2 in 5 college students drop out because of the financial issues. So that's the reason I thought let us give some of the solutions to managing the retention problem. So university degrees with the highest dropout rate is in computing. So again, it is a lot of dropout in computing followed by the other courses. So what strategies we need to adopt in order to manage retention? Like we have academics, like we have marketing, we need to have a retention department in every university. That is what is very important, because you need to have a retention department, understanding the student, trying to see that you counsel the student regularly, even if the student is a good student academically. Okay, so you need to have a lot of things. So some of the strategies I thought of bringing to all of you, and you'll be able to understand. Universities should create lots of programs that will benefit the students engaged in their classes. Okay, so you need to have lot of activities in the university, so that you bring them every time in the classroom environment, you bring them inside the university. If there is no activity, again you will find that the student feel isolated and he will never be in the classroom. Faculty should support, improve the retention of the student. It all depends on faculty, because you'll find that marketing department, they will bring in the students inside the organization, and the retention of the student is based on the faculty. So faculty is very important, and his role is very important in order to retain the student in the institution. Same way, the faculty should work with students directly. So you'll find that if they work with the student directly, 89% there's an improvement, especially it has to be done for online students. So online students, every time when we take some online classes, we always try to see that we take the names of each and every student in the classroom. Why we take the names of the students? Because then they are aware that we are concentrating on that particular student. Otherwise, what happens, if you don't take, you just start your class online and you end your class, you'll find that the student interaction is very, very low. Additional counseling is also very important for financial courses, okay? And you need to see that welcome the student and commit to empowering success. So try to support them as far as possible. One of the tagline of our university is that student success is our success. So we try to see that we put down the organizational success with the student success. And we need to guide the course selection process on a continuous basis and develop a milestone for achievable goals. Create a roadmap for the student success. So you need to have a roadmap how the students can improve, how the students can be successful. So that's the requirement of every faculty member, trying to see that they can support the student as far as possible. So that's the reason you'll find there's an online learning advising model. They have brought several elements. First is, they were thinking about proactive advising. So advising has to be done in advance on a regular basis instead of waiting for the last moment. So there should be a continuous process of advising. Okay, like in quality we say that it's continuous improvement. So you need to have a continuous process of advising, and that is what we call it as proactive advising. We need not wait until the student fails or until the student is not coming. So you are regularly advising, that will help a lot. Okay, it goes with proactive advising. So same way, shame, resilience, advisors should engage with students with empathy. Okay, so you need to have students with empathy. Same way, cognitive behavioral theory advisors can provide a positive upliftment, and they should go with appreciative advising. Appreciative advising is very important. Never say that you cannot do. You should always give a positive note to the student, saying that you will be able to do it very well. Okay, so that's the reason. What happened? It's not moving. Yeah, it's fine. And then when we talk about just few more minutes, okay, and then we are going to have the presenters who are going to present it, okay. So supporting academically talented learners. Some people, they never support the talented learners. They feel that, oh, he's a good student, he's an outstanding student, better not to counsel. So what I feel is that from my point of view, that you need to counsel, you need to see that you support even the good learners, outstanding learners, even if they are having good grades, but still you need to counsel them. Developing academically, supporting academically developing learners, one should empower them to recognize their strength and apply in their challenges. So you'll find that a lot of things happen. So the most important place where you have to counsel is the first year students. So you need to see that they are the people entering, and you'll find that you need to have a continuous vigil on the first year students, and you need to counsel them at every point of time. So that is what is very important when you talk about counseling the students. Same way the graduating students, graduating students, sometimes they go, out of the institution in a very dilapidated manner. They feel that nobody is advising after graduation. They feel that graduated students are left alone, so that we should not do. So we need to have a proper alumni survey, we need to have a proper exit survey, and we need to provide necessary assistance in terms of placement and internship. So we need to see that we collect a lot of data. So we need to collect data relating to retention. So always remember, every year we need to see that we collect the data for retention. And then you should need to analyze and see that you have a proper retention department. Shift to strengthen-based advising. Identify the strength of the students and unlock their potential. That's the reason individual counseling is very, very important in the universities and colleges. Look for gaps in order to support the students. So you need to have mentorship activity as well in the institution. So need to see that you try to utilize effective content marketing techniques. Try to see that you provide an appropriate study plan to the students so that they feel more comfortable and they'll be able to align themselves with the academic performance. And regular feedbacks, very important. Networking is very important. Social and mentorship opportunities also very important. So you'll find that this is what you need to do it. So one of the universities, they say engage low and high risk university students with targeted communication. Here you'll find that $2 million per year investment in more academic advisors at Georgia State University resulted in 20% increase in the graduation rate. So they have increased their graduation rate. Why? Because they invested more on academic advisors. So they have, like similar to marketing, they have more academic advisors, more counselors. So when you invest more on this, definitely you'll be able to retain the students and the student will be able to graduate from the university. And work on brand authority. Name of the university should bring a sense of belongingness to the students. So you'll find that you need to see that students are very, very comfortable in a university. Okay, so bring out a belongingness in the university. Put your belongingness in the brand identity. Engage and partner with parents. This is also very important because especially Indian students are linked with the parents. So you need to bring them in the platform along with the university. It's not just the student after 18 years means he's independent to be there in the university, but you don't know what's happening back home. So you need to see that you engage with the student, with the parents, okay? So you need to engage with the parent. And if possible, you can also provide flexible scheduling for certain places, certain students, okay? Wherever possible, financial supports can be provided. Expand career service opportunities. I'll not go with so many things now. And then one of the university, here you will find that a recent study at Rice University in Houston found clear evidence that students at 4-year university get better grades and are more likely to graduate if they exhibit 3 major traits: a growth mindset, a sense of belonging and social integration into the campus life, and an intrinsic motivation to achieve it. So you'll find that they feel that 3 traits, if you include in your university process, definitely the student will be willing to get, will be willing to attend the university and will be able to graduate. So this is what it happened. Same way you'll find that building resilience at Tulane University. Tulane University encourages students to share personal stories of resilience. So you'll find that they have a personal story. They say this is the way, this was the way we handled it. So that becomes a success factor in the university. And finally, what I wish to say is that you need to promote active learning. So you should promote active learning. Try to see that the students are involved through experiential learning, through community service, through civic engagement, and through societal engagement. So what I feel is that retention is very, very important in every university. Like you have a academic department, you have a marketing department, you need to have a retention department. That will save the students, save the university, and you will be able to proceed with, dealing with academic values, and you can be a successful graduate from the university. Thank you very much. I don't want to take much time. Thank you very much. And in case if you have any question, you can email it to me. My email ID is drkaup, drkaup at eim.ae. Again, I repeat, drkaup at eim.ae, drkaup at eim.ae. Thank you very much for being a part of this international seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. So we will start with the presentation now. I would like to invite
Yes. Tea break you can give. Tea is there. Yeah. Okay. They can be offered here only. Tea break. Yeah.
we'll have a tea break now. After that, we'll continue with the presentation.
So please be seated.
Tea will be coming here.
Tea will be coming here. I will maybe invite our one of our guests here. He's an auditor. Okay. Basically, he's an auditor. Instead of research presentation, I will start with the book presentation. He has developed a book, okay, and he wanted to applications, okay. Normally we are talking about applications of research. His own experience is converted into a book,
Okay, I see. Very nice.
which is in accounting. How far it is useful for students? Just a few minutes. While you are talking, you are taking a tea, he can explain it.
Yes.
Okay, and then tea can be taken here. Okay, please.
You can give it.
Come on in.
Yeah. Please.
It is in his WhatsApp. നമ്മുടെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിലേക്ക് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ
വാട്സപ്പിലായിരുന്നു പെൻ ഡ്രൈവിലാക്കി എടുക്കണം.
It's on my email.
Okay.
So just want to open here, or directly I'll email to you.
If you have the pen drive, that will be more comfortable. Directly you can connect with our system.
But pen drive.
No pen drive? Okay,
I wish you all a very happy
ഒരു pen drive ഇവിടെ ഉള്ളതിൽ
morning,
അതിൽ കുത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
and thank you
So,
ASC and
let
Ravi
him
Chandran sir
open
for
it
providing me an
WhatsApp
opportunity
in the
to talk
lab,
about my
then
book.
you can copy paste.
Here,
WhatsApp അതിൽ
basically,
ഇട്ടിട്ട്
I'm
download
from
ചെയ്തിട്ട്
India
close
and I see a lot of opportunities in India where the student can tap, and since India is moving towards digitization, there are a lot of opportunities even at the student level is what I feel, and that is what I have been teaching to my students as well. Right? In Indian taxation system, earlier when I started 21 years ago, I have experience of about 21 years in the field of audit and tax. And wherein I have been teaching to students right from PUC level to the master degree level, and I want to always bring the knowledge of opportunities what we have in Indian taxation system, and that is what is my book all about. My book covers the normal syllabus, what is prescribed by the university. Along with that, I also have covered in my book about how a student can earn right from the policies of India. So if I am allowed to share, sir, if I am allowed to share, I can just share one small PDF with the help of pen drive, right? the backbone for everything, right? Because all the fields in the world are connected with one single particular medium, that is money. And where there is money, we the people should be always there. And we always, whatever government policies announcement, we are the first people to consume that, and we are the people who help the government implement it in India. And thereby, every government policy, we always have opportunities which are coming up. And about this book, the main highlight of this book is I'm covering the practical aspects of GST in India and also the opportunities. Huh. So this is about GST, and the main highlight of my book is this. The main highlight of my book is this: the common desk procedures what we follow, and how a student without any risk he can earn some money for himself, and he can always fulfill his dreams. So if I can show you here, in my book I am mentioning how it can be done. I have mentioned so many government policies which can be done through mobile phone or a laptop, and also I'm mentioning how much time it takes and how much a student can earn, right? For example, if I can say, Indian government is issuing electronic PAN cards, and hardly it takes about 30 seconds for a student to apply for a PAN card and to charge money for his clients, right? And in my book, I'm discussing about how a student can, with the help of desk procedures. I'm mentioning how useful it is, what is PAN card and how it is used in India, right? And then I'm discussing what is the process to apply for a PAN card. That is how I want to teach in India, and I've taught these kind of things to about 16,000 students by now. And I've been teaching from past 12 years now, and this is the main highlight of my subject, along with whatever subject is given to me by any university or the college. This is how I want to incorporate the opportunities for a student in India, so that the student does not have to compromise in whatever he wants to do, and he can still earn money while he's studying. Is what is my idea of education, right? So this is in my book. I've covered what are the procedures to follow, what are the procedures to be followed. For example, in India, if I have to apply for a PAN card, I just have to give the Aadhaar number and the OTP, and which is not actually taught in any colleges by default. That it is not a part of our curriculum. And only when a student goes for an internship, he will know all these things. And but many of the students do not go to applicable internships. And hence, I want to bring awareness about these kind of things to a normal student in the normal curriculum, and that is what I have been following, and that is what my students love me for. Okay, so here I have mentioned how to apply for a PAN card by giving the Aadhaar number and OTP, right? And this is the PAN card. Have captured screen by screen details, so that to a student with zero knowledge about the taxation or zero knowledge about the concept of whatever, right, he can still do these kind of things and he can earn money for himself. So this is how I can get the PAN card in India, because Indian Income Tax Department is issuing electronic PAN cards these days. And about this thing, see, we have in India, we have something called as MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises. For the government to recognize you as an MSME, you need a certificate from the government, right? And that certificate is very easily to be applied. And the MSME came into picture, it came into limelight, especially during the COVID times. So during COVID times, the government of India stood by the MSMEs, the micro, small and medium enterprise sectors, because they were the sectors who were actually hit with the huge financial crisis. And what Indian government told was, okay, you go to the bank and apply for a loan, collateral free loans. So for the banker to understand who he is an MSME, or the banker who recognize he is an MSME, we require the MSME certificate. And that is very easy to be applied. It is very basic details what we need to key in. And that can be done even by a student. And it hardly takes about 20 minutes, and a student can earn, by investing that 20 minutes, he can earn about 5,000 rupees. Right? And 5,000 rupees for a student is a very big money, because in India the education is quite not that costly, right? It's quite reasonable. The cost of education is quite reasonable, and a student does not have to compromise his studies, and he can, by getting these kind of clients, he can earn a lot of money and also fulfill his dreams as well, is what I feel, right? And thereby I am capturing screen by screen process of how to do it. So this is the Udyam certificate. I mean, this is the Udyam stream, and this is the how we apply for a Udyam certificate. And with this, I want to help my student to live a better life. So this is how we do it in India. Since I'm an auditor and I do it practically every day in, day out, I want to teach the same things to my students, so that there is a gap, there is no gap, much gap between what we learn in theory and what they actually apply in practical. Because when I see the gap between the education, the theoretical education and the practical implementation of the same education, people fail there where the practical implementation is very much required. And there is no proper training, or there is no proper curriculum wherein these kind of things are taught to the students. And hence, that is the area I want to work. I want to be a bridge between what a student learns in the theory, and this is how we apply for MSME certificate. And also, in my book I'm mentioning, and since India has a lot of opportunities and India is moving towards digitization, it does not require even your laptop to be like having is a compulsory. You can do it even in your mobile phone. That is how India is. It has become easy in India, right? Since India is again moving towards digitization, the lot of things, lot of applications, lot of policies which are there, it does not require laptop. It can be even done in mobile phone also. So here I am discussing the things, how it can be done. It can be done through mobile phone or computer. How much time it takes? Hardly around like 15-20 minutes maximum. How much a student can earn? About 3,000 to 5,000 rupees he can earn by applying this certificate for his clients. That is how we work in India, right? And I am showing screen by screen what all details to be filled up. And it does not require technical knowledge. For example, if this application requires only what's your name, father name, like this PAN number, Aadhaar number, address. These things does not require technical knowledge. I do not have to be a tax consultant to apply only for these things. Even being a student who can learn and read and write in English, I can really apply for these things for my clients. Right? That is what I 3,000 people in villages who started earning money again. Right? That is how India has become easily. It is very easy to earn money in India these days. The problem is the institution, the education system does not bring awareness to the students where I want to work. That is the field I want to work, right? And this is an example wherein I have captured all my. So this is how easy, like already 20 minutes it will take, and I'll finish in like just 1 or 2 minutes if you permit me, right? So this is the Udyam certificate. Udyam is for MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises. This is the Udyam certificate. Okay. And I have captured also how to apply for a GST registration. Here you have VAT in Dubai, but there back in India we have goods and services tax. And since I'm an auditor, I have seen how the things have shifted from offline to online. During showing my students how it can be done even in mobile phone, and with the investment of about 10 to 20 minutes or say maximum 30 minutes, we can the student can earn about 5,000 rupees or 7,500 rupees or say even 10,000 rupees to apply for a GST registration. And that again does not require much technical knowledge, because only I am showing an application and returns filing and all. Anyway, that auditors will take. That is where I want to bring awareness, and I really thank you so much for your patience and to the patient listening. And I'm really moved by the sir, like the way you were talking, sir. That is the same area I work for my students, sir. And since I'm an auditor, I have practical knowledge of all these things, and I want to bring it to the student level, sir. Thank you so much. I'm really motivated by you, sir. Thank you so much for your time to see my presentation. Namaste. And again, I wish you all a very happy Republic Day in advance, Indian Republic Day in advance. Yes, my name is Anil, and I'm 1,000 students in India. I'm based.
So I would like to invite Dr. Subhash D'Souza.
Once I start.
The title of the paper is A Study Evaluating the Adoption of Digital Transformation in Retail Stores with Special Reference to Demand.
അവിടെ ഇട്ടോ
ഞാൻ സാധനം ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട് ആളുടെ പേരിൽ ഫോട്ടോ
Presenters, sorry for the delay in going up, okay? We were about to be at 11:15 here, now it's 11:20, that's our 5 minutes behind that, okay? Stick to the timing, throw the important things which is required, okay? You know that we have spent a lot of time creating a research, I know that. But what is important to the audience and convey the important message to the chair.
Get some papers here.
Yes.
Right.
Sir? Yes, sir.
On the main road.
Thank you.
So before the start of this presentation, we would like Dr. Kau to open up the conference proceedings. Sorry, the time is up. So.
You can take a picture. Yeah, please come. You can come. You can. Please come, madam. Please come.
So.
Take a picture.
Thank you. Don't put it in the presentation.
is the only way I teach actually.
Jain University, they had invited me for an international conference, so I was one of the speakers.
Okay, then I.
Hello, Namaskar. Myself, Dr. Sumash from St. Joseph College. It's in Maharashtra, India. I'm very happy to see you all, especially the resource persons' talks were enlightening. So before I begin, I would like to thank all the resource person and organizing team for such a wonderful conference, international conference, and I really appreciate the enthusiasm of all the students. I'm really thankful to all and my colleagues here, those who helped me in this PowerPoint presentation. Dear friends, my topic is related to DMART. It's a mall. It's small in India and especially in Maharashtra. A study evaluating the adoption of digital transformation in retail stores with special reference to DMART. Digital transformation is the process through which businesses use technology into every facet of their business operations to effect significant changes. It offers several advantages, including improved productivity, more company adaptability, and in the end, additional benefits for stakeholders like workers, clients, and shareholders. DMART. The sector's third largest retail chain, DMART, has 91 locations throughout India. And it started in 2000, and this is a tremendous development in the field of malls. And let me tell you, I'm from village. And in my village, till 2010, there was not a single mall was there. But now, DMART has opened 4 malls. So I'm really happy that DMART has started. But now today we are going to I'm going to explain with reference to digitization. So the aim of conducting the research is to evaluate the adoption of digital transformation in retail stores with particular reference to DMART, one of the leading retail stores available in the country. DMART has been running a successful business for the past 2 decades. This study will help anticipate that more enterprises will employ digital transformation technology as the retail sector changes. Digital transformation promotes and facilitates novel approaches of value generation, enabling the satisfaction of persistent customers' demand in previously unthinkable ways. Now, review of literature is done. Several authors have given the studies based on digitization with reference to malls and all. And here, I just read one, Chaudhary G.S. Shekhar also. The Indian retail market offers several opportunities to retailers and brands from all sectors, techniques that were unique to Indian retail were embraced by DMart. The benefits of DMart digital transformation increased customer satisfaction and retention. Now our resource person talked about students retention, and in DMart we talk about the retention of the customers. Increased customer satisfaction and retention as customers can shop anytime, anywhere and choose their preferred mode of delivery, enhanced operational efficiency and cost savings as DMart can optimize its inventory management, logistics and distribution using data analytics and automation. Improve market penetration and competitiveness as DMart can reach new customers and segments and offer differentiated services and products. Now, research methodology. As I told you, I am from village. So there are 4 malls, DMart, and I have spoken to 40 people, including managers and customers and people, those who are working there. And based on that, whatever conclusion I have, whatever findings I have done, I'll just put before you. The findings. The leading technology in widespread adoption in retail establishment were found to be virtual reality, contactless payments, mobile applications, e-commerce platforms. Now let me make it sure that before 2010, there was a problem. In last 13 years, there is a tremendous development in the field of technology, and DMart also has implemented technology. The second point is these technologies enhance client experiences, streamline processes, and improve company performance. Chatbox, somebody talked about chatbox, artificial intelligence and customer analytics are still in their infancy. It's not yet developed, especially in rural side in the retail industry. The adoption of certain digital technologies is slower due to factors like consumer acceptability. Most of the consumers from the place where I'm staying, they are from rural. Some people are illiterate. Some are, we say, Adivasi people. They do not know the even literacy. Then forget about this digital literacy and all. So that problem is there. The adoption of certain digital technology is slower due to factors like consumer acceptability, data protection concerns, and specialized knowledge requirements. During our research, we have identified that DMart has purchased the following applications. One of the applications like Google Workspace, that's formerly Google G Suite, for collaboration in 2014. Then Trello, then SendGrid for transactional email in 2017. Then ASIC Service Dex for IT service management in 2020, and the related IT decision makers and key stakeholders. Our database previous provides customers insights and contextual information on which enterprise applications and software systems DMart is running, and its propensity to invest more and deepen its relationship with Google, Twilio, Atlassian, or identify new suppliers as part of their overall digital and IT transformation projects to stay competitive, fed off threats from destructive forces, or comply with internal mandates to improve overall enterprise efficiency. We have been analyzed DMart revenues, which have grown to 5.16 billion in 2023, plus its IT budget and roadmap, cloud software purchases, aggregating massive amounts of data points that form the basis of our forecast assumptions for DMart intention to invest in emerging technologies such as AI, that is artificial intelligence, machine learning, then blockchain, then autonomous database, or in cloud-based ERP, SCM, CRM. All these are technical things. Those who are in AI, they know very well. I'm from commerce background. I have taken it from a website. Let me make it very clear. The procurement or treasury applications. Now, recommendations. Based on the findings, there are recommendations. One is before introducing. Now these recommendations are meant for especially the retail sector which want to start their business in rural areas especially. In India, you know, more than 7 lakhs villages are there. So when DMart thinks of starting their business in rural areas, they have to think of this. Before introducing new technologies, retail business should carefully evaluate the benefits and challenges involved. As I told you, rural people mentality is different, their thinking is different, they are illiterate in general also. Second, create technical plans to incorporate digital transformation initiatives successfully. Third, to create new possibilities, encourage innovation, and attention should be given on adopting high adoption technology. Fourth is to fully realize the process of digital revolution in the retail business. Invest in additional financing, research, and execution in regions with low technology adoption. Conclusion. The results show that certain digital technologies have already been widely adopted, resulting in observable improvements in customer experiences, simpler business operations, and enhanced overall performance. For retail businesses, these technologies such as virtual reality, contactless payments, mobile apps, e-commerce platforms, DMart-ready locations, contactless purchasing, in-store technology, and Avenue Supermart have changed the game. But the report also shows a long way to go before digital transformation research reaches its full potential. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me. God bless you.
So it's a nice case study of application of digital transformation on DMart.
Thank you.
Maybe now, if you're looking at in terms of trying to publish it in a journal, I thought that you can also look at 2 papers that are there in Electronic Commerce Journal. One of them is on literature review, where they have gone in for completely reviewing the digital adoption in retail sector. So it gives you all the findings of all the studies that have been done. Based on that, you can also relate it to here. Another thing is there's also another recent paper in 2023, which has also done that. So maybe you can draw some more insights to apply it here. Another thing is when we are suggesting for the DMart, I think first there's so many emerging technologies, but they have to do a need assessment. Because every technology is not relevant for the industry, so they may have to go in for that. Maybe that is another thing which you can add on. So these are some suggestions.
Thank you very much. So nice of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subhas D'Souza. Wonderful. You're from Palghar, so I know Vashi also very well. I saw first DMart in Koperkerna. You know Koperkerna?
Yeah.
Right? Thane district, correct?
Navi Mumbai.
Navi Mumbai, yes. Wonderful. Hearing DMart at this place, it's like Ludo, you know, in India. Wonderful. It's a great presentation. Really thankful. We got some insight into it. And I was always thinking about the data protection, which you said, you know, which is also very, very important. 2 of my credit cards were hacked. So both the credit cards have changed, you know, because somewhere I used it and then finally it was misappropriated. I just wanted to ask about probably, you know, artificial intelligence, robots are being used in DMart now, or I'm talking about the urban areas, you know.
Yeah.
Is it being used now, robots in DMart? And I was thinking about the operational part of it, the movement of customers, you know. Maybe you can look into that also, because once I visited DMart and the movement of customers, the placement of different sections were not very well organized. Probably that could also be a part of your research outcome. Thank you so much, and wonderful to be here. Yeah. Thank
So
you
once
so
again, I thank all, especially organizer and the judges. Thank you so much. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Monica Bansal.
Good morning everyone present here. I am Dr. Monica Bansal, working at Punjab University Rural Center Pune, which is the only one rural center of Punjab University Chandigarh. And today I am delighted to present on the crucial topic of enhancing customer relationship management practices in banking sector, focusing on factors influencing client retention in southern western region of Haryana. So let's start with the basics. CRM or customer relationship management is a strategic approach that emphasizes meeting individual customer needs rather than treating them as a homogeneous group. It plays a crucial role in the banking sector by helping financial institutions building and maintain strong relationships with their customers. Effective CRM practices in the banking sector contribute to customer satisfaction, loyalty, and overall business success. So by implementing effective CRM strategies and utilizing technology, organizations aim to achieve several key objectives and key benefit in customer retention, encouraging encouraging repeat purchasing behavior. Moving on, the banking sector faces increasing competition as customers' need grow. So to remain competitive, banks are compelled to offer innovative practices, products and services. CRM is pivotal in identifying profitable customers and products, ensuring efficiency and achieving overall profitability. By leveraging CRM practices, banks can deliver personalized services, optimize operational efficiency and overall customer satisfaction. The streamlined process enables seamless multi-channel interactions, ensuring a consistent and positive experience. Moreover, CRM facilitates targeted marketing efforts, identify cross-selling, loyalty and sustainable business growth. Additionally, CRM plays a crucial role in mitigating risks and ensuring regulatory compliance and adapting to evolving customer preferences, making it as an indispensable tool for success in the dynamic and competitive banking industry. Upon reviewing existing literature, a gap emerged in the research landscape. While many studies focused on customer relationship management practices, there was a dearth of research on customer retention, especially within the banking sector in southern western region of Haryana. Hence, this research aims to fill that void by delving into CRM practices adopted by selected banks in the region and the challenges faced during its implementation. So, the primary objective of this research is to study the factors influencing CRM practices in client retention among selected banks in southern western Haryana. Additionally, it aims to gauge customer satisfaction with the CRM practices employed by these banks. Moving on to the methodology, the scope of the study covers public and private sector banks and their customers in Haryana. 4 selected banks including State Bank of India, Punjab National Bank, HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank was chosen based on a specific criteria. The sampling technique employed was multi-stage sampling targeting respondents from southern western Haryana, resulting in the sample size of 200 bank employees and 800 bank customers. The area of the study focused on the southern western region of Haryana, specifically the districts of Sirsa, Fatehpur, Hisar, Bhiwani and Mahendragarh. The sampling stages involved a meticulous process from selecting the region to choosing specific district customers and banks post 2019 mergers. So these are the 4 stages which were followed. In the first stage, selection of southern and western region of Haryana was there. In the second stage, selection of 5 districts, Sirsa, Fatehpur, Hisar, Bhiwani and Mahendragarh. In the third stage, list of customers from selected banks. Every 4th customer selected through stratified sampling technique. And in the last stage, selection of banks, that is 12 public and private banks post 2019 merger. So the reliability coefficient called Cronbach alpha is used to estimate the internal consistency of the scale. An alpha value of 0.60 and above is considered the criteria for demonstrating internal consistency of skills. So this table indicates that all the values are more than 0.60, therefore the scales are considered more reliable. So the profile of the respondents differ according to age, gender, marital status, educational qualification, occupation level and so on. From this analysis, from this table, it is concluded that maximum of the respondents are male. Majority of the bank employees are belonging to the middle age group of 25 to 40 years, and maximum number of respondents are married. Large number of respondents were qualified up to graduation level, and it is also concluded that major part of the respondents are having a salary of 30,000 to 70,000 rupees per month. If we talk about the customers, sample profile of the bank customers, maximum of the respondents were male belonging to 25 to 40 years of age group, and from this it is also analyzed that 66% respondents were married. Out of the total respondents, majority of the respondents were qualified up to graduation level, and maximum respondents having 4 family members in the family. From 780 respondents, 22.4% were running their own business, and 46% respondents were earning below 30,000 to 70,000 rupees per month. So, in order to find out the factors that influence of CRM practices adopted by the banks, major 5 factors were came out. The first factor was effective behavior of employees, that is derived from 2 statements out of the 14 statements of employees' behavior, and these are the executives in the bank are ready to solve the queries of the customers, and bank pay attention to individual customers. Hence, behavior of employees is the first factor that evaluates the CRM practices adopted by the banks. And the second factor is the products and services which are offered by the banks. The third important factor is focus on customer satisfaction and customer loyalty. And 4 statements are included in this. And the fourth factor is services provided by the banks for client retention. And the last factor that is derived is grievance redressal system, which is adopted by the particular banks in order to satisfy their customers or in order to solve the grievances which is raised for the customers. So if we talk about the overall satisfaction level of the CRM practices which are adopted by banks for client retention, from this table it is depicted that almost 2/3 of the respondents are satisfied with the CRM practices adopted by their banks for client retention, and 37.5% respondents are dissatisfied by the CRM practices. The bank employees of private sector banks are more satisfied in comparison to the employees of public sector banks. It may be because of the reason that the private sector banks provide special attention to their customers, provide better services, get support from top management, and time and effort saving in private banks. Respondents of public sector banks were dissatisfied as compared to the private sector banks. It may be because of the reason that in public sector banks, special attention, type of attention may not be given to the employees. That declines the morale of the employees, and there would be no coordination between the top management and bank employees. So the reasons of satisfaction of bank employees regarding the CRM practices, the first rank goes to the statement that is leverage 360-degree view of every customer with the lowest mean value of 2.43. It may be because of the reason that in the present times, due to competition, the banks focus on each and every customer with 360-degree appraisal so as to understand the whole aspects of the customers. So the bank provides the material and non-material incentives to employees who use the CRM practices. Got the second rank with a mean value of 3.11 because banks provide all type of incentives to their hard-working employees. So the top management motivates the employees to live with the CRM vision, and customer orientation got the third rank due to the reason that management always support the employees for the implementation of decision-making policies regarding the implementation of CRM practices. So regular investment in employees' CRM skills got the fourth rank that feeds a sense of belongingness and loyalty among the employees. And CRM leads to customer satisfaction got the 6th rank with the mean value of 4.41 because CRM helps in improving the services of the banks. It helps in enhancing the satisfaction level of the respondents. So if we talk about the dissatisfaction level of the employees in which banks does not provide proper training to implement CRM practices is at the first rank. It may be because of the reason that banks do not bother about any training programs for employees and the employees are not aware how to use the CRM practices for retaining their clients. So the lack of top management commitments is at the second rank and the resistance to change is on the third rank and functional boundaries is at the fourth rank and non-coordination between business and technology team is at the fifth rank with a mean value of 3.82 as there is no coordination between the management and the employees. Not putting the customer at the center is at the sixth rank with a mean value of 4.73. So the research concludes that effective relationship management strategies significantly influence customer satisfaction, thereby impacting customer retention in the banking sector. Demographic profile also plays an important role in relationship marketing and satisfaction. Therefore, banks must consider all the dimensions to fulfill customer needs, adopting CRM practices to create a competitive advantage. So moving forward, here are some of the key suggestions derived from the research. The first suggestion is the bank should conduct periodic meetings to conduct customer expectations and address discrepancies. They should provide training to frontline bank personnel for better customer interaction. Encourage the bank managers to utilize mouth of word and referral marketing. The bank should implement exit interviews and lost customer surveys to win back potential profitable customers. They should infuse a human touch and warmth in the customer dealings. They should train employees in customer care, communication and complaint management and establish a complaint monitoring cell for effective grievance resolution. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for patiently listening.
So very good study and presentation. So I just only want once for clarity. Can you say your customers are retail customers or corporate customers?
No, these are the retail customers.
And the reasons for satisfaction, is it collected from the employees or from the customers?
When two questionnaires were prepared, one for the bank employees and another one for the customers. And the data has been collected from both.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. I think that way, otherwise I don't have any.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monica. Very well presented, work. And I was very impressed with your sample size and the sample profile which you had given in depth, which is really very, very interesting because many of the places I have seen the research work, but they never informed about the detailed version of the sample profile. Wonderful. And I just wanted to ask you one question, somewhere I have read in the marketing that take care of profitable customers and leave the losing ones. So what's your opinion about this? Because in the bank also you will find that they take care of profitable customers and little bit at a lower level for the non-profitable customers. So what is your opinion on that? Thank you.
Sir, from my point of view, every customer is important. Customer is customer and we always study that customer is the king in the marketplace. So every customer is important and bank should pay attention to each and every customer, whether it is profitable or not.
So from your point of view, both are in the same place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Manjit Kaur and Ms. Amjad Kaur. The topic is determinants affecting purchase intention of metaverse users. A very good afternoon to each and everyone present over here. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for arranging such a good conference where we can interact and we can get knowledge, transfer of knowledge is possible. So, I'm Dr. Manjeet and I'm working as professor at University School of Business in Chandigarh University. And I have two more co-authors with me for this particular research work. And the title of my research is Determinants Affecting Purchase Intention of Metaverse Users, a study in Northern India. So first of all, let's understand what is Metaverse. I know most of you are aware about Metaverse. It is the new buzzword in the market, especially for marketing. So Metaverse is a virtual world where users can communicate in real time with other users and computer-generate settings. The Metaverse is a persistent, immersive, networked virtual realm The Metaverse is a persistent, immersive, networked virtual realm that encompasses several platforms, technologies, and experiences going beyond conventional notions of virtual reality. Combining the term meta, which means beyond, and universe, the Metaverse refers to a collection of various virtual places that blend augmented and virtual reality to represent real-life avatars. And the idea of the metaverse has drawn a lot of interest from tech, business developers, and other industries wanting to explore new paths for innovation and user involvement as technology develops and connection gets better. In fact, we are having a number of papers coming up in the area of metaverse, artificial intelligence. So I guess this is a recent topic which is for interest for the academia as well. Apart from the marketers and big giants getting involved in this new technology, this is the new thing that is coming in the market, and it has taken the market all over. And Metaverse is a three-dimensional virtual environment that enables users to interact with digital objects and form social connections, is what defines the metaverse through avatars. And the metaverse is a dynamic virtual environment that allows people to communicate and interact in real time across a wide range of platforms, technologies, and experiences. It has drawn interest from developers, tech companies, and other industries looking for new ways to innovate in the face of rapidly advancing technology and improved connectivity. And beyond traditional ideas of virtual reality, this permanent and immersive virtual world opens up new avenues for investigation and interaction. And knowing what influences users' purchase intention when we are applying this metaverse in the marketing space is very important, is crucial so that the metaverse usage can be increased, so that the companies can take advantage of this information. So keeping this in mind, the objectives of our studies are, the main objective is to examine the factors influencing users' purchasing intention of metaverse, And for this, as we know, for most of the studies, whenever some new technology is coming up, the most commonly used model is TAM, Technology Acceptance Model, as given by Davis. It is very popular. So for our study also, we have used TAM along with some other factors. So according to the TAM, we have taken two factors from TAM model. So according to the TAM model, perceived utility and perceived ease of use, these are the primary deciding variables. And perceived utility mostly indicates how much a person believes utilizing a certain system will enhance his or her productivity and work, and perceived ease of use primarily indicates how much a person believes a particular system is simple to use. And the technology acceptance model has been used in numerous research to examine customer attitude towards new technology, and the same has been used in our study as well. So this is our study model. Here in this study model we have used perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use from TAM model, and along with it we have used three other variables. So those variables we have taken on basis of our literature review. We have taken technical maturity, perceived privacy risk, and social needs. So the hypothesis of the study, the first hypothesis was perceived usefulness has a significant and direct impact on purchase intention of metaverse users. Hypothesis 2 is technical maturity has a significant and direct impact on purchase intents of metaverse users. And hypothesis 3 is perceived privacy risk has a significant and direct impact on purchase intention of metaverse users. Hypothesis 4 is perceived ease of use has a significant and direct impact on purchase intention of metaverse users. And hypothesis 5 is that social needs has a significant and direct impact on purchase intention of metaverse users. So the methods adopted for this study is that we have taken both primary and secondary data for this study. And in response to the increased interest in the metaverse, this study investigates critical elements influencing users' purchasing intents. And here we have taken Northern India for our study. And from Northern India, we have taken Delhi, Punjab, and Haryana. Respondents are from these three areas. And we used a semi-structured questionnaire to gather information from 380 participants. And we used a 42-item structured questionnaires on a 5-point Likert scale. And we usually use Google Forms for this study for collecting data. And out of 380, we only got 345 completed questionnaires. And the same has been used for this in the study. And for our statistical technique of factor analysis we have used here, we have used regression analysis, and we have done all the analysis in SPSS 22. And this is the demographic profile of the respondents. So as we can see, most of the respondents are in younger spectrum only, because they are more you can say inclined towards new technologies, and they use this more. And gender-wise, it is almost the distribution of respondents is almost you can say same, almost equal, 47 and 52. And we have for checking the adequacy of the sample size, we have used KMO and Bartlett's test. And as you can see on the screen, the test is significant, and KMO statistic it is 0.718, which is good, and this more than 0.6 is considered to be good. So our sample size was adequate as per the test, and ready for factor analysis. And factor analysis was done, and Verimax rotation in principal component analysis was applied to extract the positive components. 6 variables were kept as the primary factors since their eigenvalue were greater than 1, and 7 scale items were removed from the final questionnaires because they did not load on any of the chosen criteria. So as a result, the final questionnaire for analysis contained 35 items only. So purchase intention, perceived utility, technical maturity, perceived privacy risk, perceived simplicity of use, and social needs were the 6 primary criteria identified. So reliability test was also done on the scale, and Cronbach alpha, it was within the limit as per Hire et al. It should be more than 0.6, and for all the variables it was good. And for finding the correlation between different variables, we used Pearson correlation analysis, and this was also significant. Finally, regression analysis was done, and as we can see on the screen, regression analysis results are there. So it was found that although all the variables constants, the positive relationship was there, but only 3 factors they were significant: perceived usefulness, technical maturity, and perceived privacy risk. They were found to be significant variables for metaverse users, whereas perceived ease of use and social needs, it was insignificant. So on basis of the results that we got in our regression analysis, as you can see, we have developed this, let me go back first. Yes, as you can see, this model, R square of model is 0.512. I just want to mention that. So it is a good model, good fit. So it means this model explains 51% of this model explains 51% of the factors which affect metaverse users, and its F value is also good. Now, on basis of this, the results of our regression analysis, so our model says that purchase intention of metaverse users, it is equal to 0.435 plus 0.345% of perceived satisfaction plus 0.435 technical maturity plus 0.55 perceived primary risk. So the above regression model has R squared value of 0.512, which indicates that for 51% of purchase intention of metaverse users can be predicted by this model, and the model is significant, and it has F value of 181. So we can see from the results that metaverse purchase intention perceived usefulness confirms the importance of users' perception of utility in influencing their intents. So likewise, there is a significant positive correlation between technical maturity and purchase intention, highlighting the role that technology plays in promoting user engagement. So this study also emphasizes the significance of perceived privacy risk, because privacy is important for everyone, and finds a strong positive correlation between the 2 variables and purchase intention. So this emphasizes how users' decision making when embracing metaverse technologies is influenced by privacy concerns. And the ramification of these findings are significant for researchers studying the metaverse as well as marketers operating inside it. User-centric strategies can be developed with an understanding of the critical roles played by perceived usefulness, technical maturity, and privacy considerations. And these discoveries support a thorough comprehension of users' behavior as the metaverse develops, encourages responsible innovation and useful user interaction strategies in an ever-changing digital space. And the theoretical contribution of our studies, that this study's theoretical contribution, it is that it examines the elements influencing users' purchase intention in the metaverse. And as a significant contribution is that examination of the technology acceptance model. We have used technology acceptance model in this study. And it also presents perceived privacy risk as a critical factor, recognizing the critical significance that privacy considerations play in users' decision making. And a more dynamic understanding of technology adoption is made possible by the intention of technical maturity as a predictor, highlighting the significance of technological developments in influencing user attitude. And although social demands in the northern Indian setting did not show a significant association, but this non-significant finding illustrates how cultural differences exist in the significance of social features in virtual environment. And we can say that this study contributes toward theoretical knowledge of metaverse adoption and lays the groundwork for future investigation into the nuances of user behavior in a variety of technological and cultural contexts. And all studies have their limitations, this study also has. So although the study we have tried to make it more insightful, so there is certain, you can say, limitations. So first of all, it is based on Northern India. This is only Northern India. This is one of the limitation of the study. And so for future scope, other scholars, other researchers, they can do the same work in other areas as well. So that's it. Thank you so much for patient listening.
So it's a good work where you're trying to look at the metaverse users. But can you give some clarity? How did you identify who are these respondents?
Okay, because these respondents, because metaverse is not used by everyone. So this was, we used purposive sampling in this method. We had to particularly look at those people who use metaverse in one form or other. And in India, it is very difficult to find those people because usually people, they only metaverse, but they have used, that is, they used in games only. So although metaverse is something that is coming up, but that is mostly they're working on it. In India, there is, it is not used actually in marketing the way it is used in developed countries. So what we looked for, usually we looked for contacts. It was a purposive sampling. We looked for those people who are interested in metaverse. We used, you can say, it was a, you can say, mixed method. We used purposive sampling and along with snowball sampling. So contacts we used who will be interested in this. That's how we came to this sample.
So the findings are interesting, but I just want to know whether, do you think this will vary depending on whether they are looking at some products or some services, or will be the same?
See, I guess this result will be different when this metaverse will be used full-fledgedly. So this is what, this was, because this was based on how they will perceive it, how they will, because it is not used, metaverse, it is still in the paper or it is still in the development stage, right? So I guess the study will vary, it will be different, the results will be different when actually it will be used on large scale. But over the period of time, I think the factors, they will come to be significant, perceived, you can say, usefulness, that will, obviously that will turn out to be significant in study after it is used on large scale, and perceived privacy risk. These are some important factors, and it will, I guess this will come up again in future study, but in future maybe there are some other variables, some other constructs that will come up.
I believe in the UAE, some of the Indian managed groups like the Landmark Group or the fashion industry have many stores across different malls. I believe they use metaverse for customers to try on various garments without actually physically trying them on.
Yeah, that's what we have in digitals. In LensCard, they are using metaverse. LensCard, we can test the glasses by wearing it in virtual. So this on small scale, it is used in India as well. So because our study is based in northern India only, so that is why that's why the future scope is that we can extend it to other countries, like developed countries like UAE, where they are using it to large extent. So in results, we can come up with some new constructs.
Thank you very much, madam. It was a wonderful research paper, good research papers, and you used various models. I have just a general question, basically, metaverse, of course, you can use it for business purpose, you can use it for personal purpose. Most of them are using for games as well.
Yes.
So what's your opinion? Because sometimes, people get quite addicted with this particular metaverse, they get caught into the virtual world rather than being in the real world. So what's your opinion about this?
See, the thing is, this is something, everyone is on social media, everyone is using mobile phone. So although it is not good that we should be caught up in this, but anyways, everyone is using it. So marketers should also utilize it. Because if they will not use it, it will not make much difference, but only they will lose the customers. So the main purpose of marketers is to attract the customers. And customers are already spending their time in the virtual world. So why not catch them in the virtual world itself? Right? So this is my take on this as from point of view of marketers, that they should adopt this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
So we have Dr. Subhash D'Souza. I request him to kindly come on the stage. Vice Principal of St. Joseph College, Mumbai University from Mumbai. So we wanted to hand over a certificate of participation to Dr. Subhash D'Souza.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Aniti, Mr. Darshan and Mr. Bilal. The topic is a study of factors influencing brand loyalty towards cosmetics in Bangalore.
Good morning, everyone. Our study is related to factors influencing brand loyalty towards cosmetics in Bangalore. Many have a question, why do we study about only specifically cosmetics? Right? Now, women in today's generation, they feel if we are not habituated in using cosmetics, we reduce less confidence. We have, when we are presenting ourselves, we feel that we are not confident. Once I have a makeover, or when I am influenced by a cosmetics or a brand which I like or love, we feel we are at least ahead and more confident in our presentation skills, or maybe in tackling skills, or maybe presenting yourself in a meeting. So we had this kind of study to be taken up only with the students who are related to President's University. So a sample size goes only with the students within the age group of 21 to 25. So we have included only women in the study. And why we are passionate about doing this research, we wanted to know why children or maybe the students are back of cosmetics, which has more brand loyalty. So when I was asking the questions about how much do you spend monthly for purchasing a lipstick or lip balm or whatever it is, they spend a huge amount of their father's income. That is really surprising, because they love only branded products. If I'm going to sell a lipstick for 100 rupees, for example in rupees, nobody likes it. So the highest cost of a student purchasing lipstick, just one, maybe a stick or whatever it is, it comes up to 5,000. Astonishing. They might use it for a week and they might throw it. So what creates the intention of a particular student within the age group of 21 to 25 to sticking on to a particular brand, either L'Oreal Paris or Revlon or Maybelline or any, because you know this world entirely moves into a cosmetic sector. That is why we have all this Miss Universe, Miss World and other pageants that is done only to market cosmetics in every country. So this is the main background of our study. We have the main objective to analyze, to understand and to evaluate only the factors which affect the brand loyalty. The main three factors what we were taking into consideration is the buying behavior or the buying decision, then the price decision. The price plays an important role. Then other things follow. The color, the aroma, or maybe the look on the particular skin, the skin like a tanned skin or however it is. As the one among the main factor would be the health conscious. If I use this particular cosmetic, will it affect my skin? Because everybody is looking into immortality in aging. They don't want to age, that is the only
point they started using cosmetics. So this is the only reason behind the study. Why did we select only brand loyalty? So now over to Darshan.
Thank you, ma'am. In cosmetics, the major findings are first we analyze about their background of the consumers. Like their age groups are like 21 to 25. Most of them buy cosmetics under this age, and their family income is around 20,000 to 30,000, or max at 30,000 to 40,000. This is their monthly income of their family. And reason for their buying is they are satisfied about their product. Like if you use any cosmetic brand, like any brand, do you know, like which you use, which satisfy your own wellness, that helps you make you look good. That is the main reason for buying. Next place of buying is like 60% of the people's which we have done research is they buy at malls, and other 11% persons will buy at local shops or streets, like that. The amount spent per month per person is 49% of people spend around 200 monthly, and 7% persons of will spend their 500 rupees per month, per day. Source of information is it is evident 48% of respondents buy things by seeing advertisement, or like in social media, or through influencers who recommend their brand. Then buying behavior. There are two major influencing factors in buying behavior, are past experience and durability. Maximum, if you buy a brand, you will see the durability of that product, which satisfy your own will. So according to that, it differs from person to person. Then brand price. Major people are found to be loyal, particularly brand, due to price and price consistency. Other people's buy like only the durability or quality of that product. In this research, we can conclude that this study concludes that if cosmetic business wants to enjoy good profit globally in general, and Bangalore in particularly, it should be work hard to increase customer brand loyalty through brand satisfaction, strong brand preserved value, truth wellness, and competitive pricing in the marketplace. Thank you.
Good, you have tried to look at what are the factors affect in terms of brand loyalty in cosmetics. But you have confined to Bangalore because your sample is there. But do you think that this will differ across places, the findings?
Of course, yes, ma'am. Yes, they do.
What factors do you think will bring in the change?
I would think the price would be the major factor, and it also comes like in prestigious item. Just like women carrying the handbags with a particular symbol, same. So it is a kind of now, as far as now, 2023, it becomes a prestigious item.
So you say that state-wise or location-wise, the customer preferences are different?
Of course, yes, ma'am. Depending related to rural area, maybe it comes to India. I don't think many women go for cosmetics. In an urban place where Bangalore, the main part of the city, you can see even many of them using without cosmetics, you cannot see any women with a package. So I do.
Well, cosmetics, when we travel also from one place to another place, my wife has a cosmetic bag only, which doesn't contain money, doesn't contain anything else except cosmetics. Okay, so cosmetics is really, very important. Okay, so when I talk about cosmetic, if you're to market cosmetic product, so we normally try to build up some sort of culture in ourselves, and we define in two different ways. One is we say product-oriented definition, and other one we say market-oriented definition. So to ask your question, maybe you can take an example of whatever, Revlon or Max Factor. what could be the product-oriented definition and what could be the market-oriented definition from your point of view?
So when it comes to market-oriented, I do believe that we have a phrase or maybe a fact. We say customer is a king. We call both male and female as a customer. There is no customer and customary. So the point goes in marketing is only to a customer. So the main concept of marketing is profit-oriented. You cannot say cosmetic industry is a service industry. So they use chemicals. We cannot blame we use only. There are natural products. We believe so. It becomes natural. But market orientation related to cosmetics, it's 100% profit. The other thing, when you say product oriented, we can talk more on advertising also. In every advertisement, we have both the male and the female portraying themselves. It can be an ad for inners, for men's product. We have women there. There is no need for the women to portray herself for a men's product. Again, when it comes to women product, we have a male there. So the product orientation or oriented one comprises of both men and women. So they don't differentiate in marketing skill in that. They wanted to cover both the men and the women. If you take advertisement for Dio, we see a man spraying a Dio and he thinks like all 50 women are the back of him. And we cannot talk about culture and advertisement as far as now it is concerned, sir.
Okay, that's great actually, because nowadays, the advertising trend, their beliefs, everything is changed now. When we say something like product-oriented definition, we say, okay, if it is Revlon or Max Factor, what they do, they just produce or manufacture cosmetic items. But when we look into the market-oriented definition, they build up some sort of marketing culture. Okay, so if I convert that into marketing culture, I say that yes, if you have this cosmetics, you fulfill your dreams, you have a status, you are successful, you have a personality, so go purchase a Max Factor or a Revlon. So this is what it happens, that we are building up a marketing culture. Okay, because the product oriented definition is no more in marketing, it's the market oriented definition which comes in. Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anitya and Darshan. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ashwin Alora. The topic is supply chain finance adoption, capability of the MSME firms in India.
ഒന്ന് വെയിറ്റ് അവിടെ സ്ക്രീൻ ഐഡിയിലാണ്. ഇല്ലേ? ആ സ്ക്രീൻ ഐ ഡി വരും അവിടെ പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴേ.
After this presentation, so she was struck in the airport. I was worried because I was in Bangalore. She has to come from there to Bangalore. I said, go to a hotel and stay somewhere. So the flights were punctual. It is a low level. Stone, maybe stone.
A warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Ashwin Alora. Sometimes the tech doesn't work the way we intend to do it, right? So, excuse me for that. So I'll be presenting one of my working papers titled Supplier Selection based on the MSME Partner Supply Chain Finance Adoption Capability using BWM and BiGR, or Best West Method and BiGR technology. As it's a working paper, I won't be taking much of your time. I'll just try to brief you about the entire paper. So, as all of you are aware, micro, small and medium enterprises are considered to be the primary generators of national and social development on a global scale, be it India or be it in any other country for that matter. However, despite that fact, inadequate infrastructure, lack of adequate technological access, and also lack of access to funding remains a biggest challenge to most of the MSMEs throughout the world. Now, according to a study published by International Finance Corporation, 78% or close to 510 billion US dollars of the total financing requirement of the $32.5 trillion either self-financed or financed from non, or maybe, right, we can call it as informal sources. Mainly because most of the MSMEs fails to get funding from the formal sources such as banking. Study also states that despite all the efforts, a significant funding imbalances, remains a significant problem for our MSMEs worldwide. Now, let's get into this supply chain finance. Now, supply chain finance, or SCF, is an automated solution in which buyer companies help their suppliers to discount or to get the bills discounted at a, say, reasonable cost of capital. Now, most of the time what happens is that the suppliers to most of the bigger corporations are small players, such as in this case small and medium enterprises or MSMEs. Now, most of the time their creditworthiness would be lower as compared to the biggest players in the market. And therefore, most of the time they find it really difficult to get their bills discounted from a, say, formal sector such as a bank. Now, when it comes to supply chain finance, what happens is that the bills are discounted based on the creditworthiness of the supplier firms, which are usually the biggest players in the market. Now, supply chain finance is also called as reverse factoring. Why? Because it's just the opposite of factoring solutions, where the bills are actually discounted based on the creditworthiness of the supplier firm. So it's just the vice versa. Now, the biggest advantage being as the creditworthiness of the buyer firms are supposed to be higher than the smaller MSME players, that is the supplier firms. It's easy to get the bills discounted at a good, rate from a financial institution, and therefore this concept of supply chain finance is getting a lot of attention in the financial world these days. This, as I stated, it helps MSMEs with lower credit ratings to get an immediate settlement for their sales to buying firm. Now, a lot of countries, even if we consider India, we have something called as TREDS platform, Trade Receivables Exchange of India. It is actually proposed by our central bank, Reserve Bank of India, which helps MSMEs to get their bills discounted on an online platform. Now, a lot of studies have established the importance of supply chain finance and firm performance in the past. Now, recently, a study by Wang in 2023 established the relationship between supply chain finance and corporate sustainability performance. And studies such as BECA 2020 stated that collaboration, digitalization, information sharing, financial institutions, the role of financial institutions enable better SCF adoption in an economy, and also it leads to a better supply chain effectiveness in the company. By realizing the benefits of supply chain finance, a lot of countries came up with SCF initiatives throughout the world. One which I have already stated, the Trade Receivables Electronic Discounting System, or TREDS, by the Reserve Bank of India. And in the UK, they have something called as the SCF scheme. It's actually proposed by the government of UK. Now, despite all these efforts, the lack of funds or access to funds by MSMEs remains one of the biggest challenges in countries, especially emerging countries such as India. Now, from the existing literature review, it's evident that a lot of studies are coming up in this particular area. However, there are less studies published on developing comprehensive models which helps buying firms to select supplier firms based on their SCF adoption capability. And we try to bridge this gap through this paper. So through this research work, we propose, or we try to develop a novel comprehensive framework to assist the buying firms to select supplier firms based on their SCF adoption capability. And we have used best method and bigger approach, which are considered as one of the popularly used MCDM techniques. Now, I'm not getting too much into the literature review point of view, but again, in summary, right, a lot of papers have been published in this area, but there is a lack of a comprehensive model which assists these buying firms to select supplier firms on their SCF adoption capability. So we have proposed a three-phase methodology to evaluate the selection of MSME suppliers based on their SCF adoption capability. Now, the objective of all these three methodologies is to conclude or to help these firms in the selection criteria for choosing MSME suppliers based on their capability to adopt SCF into the system. Now, in the very first step, what we have done is that we have actually collected data to identify various factors which assist these companies in SCF adoption, and we could collect close to 225 respondents, and we have identified various factors which assist MSME firms in SCF adoption. And through a Delphi technique, we have actually concluded all these. I mean, we have tried to summarize all these points with the help of expert opinion through this Delphi technique. And in the final stage, the third phase, we have applied best worst method and vigor technique to rank these variables, and also to propose a comprehensive model through which we identify the best supplier based on this SCF adoption capability. So this figure actually explains the entire methodology which we have adopted, which starts from the expert selection and collection of the primary data, then to summarize these factors, then the adoption of these methods for the final analysis. We have also done a case study where we have selected an MSME. We have selected an original equipment manufacturer in the Indian manufacturing sector, and we have also identified 5 of their MSME suppliers. So then what we have done is that we have tried to develop a model where we actually rank those suppliers based on their SCF adoption capability. So initially we identified 27 variables which helps these companies in their SCF adoption, and we have clubbed that into 5 categories, such as financial health, technological capability, because when it comes to SCF or reverse factoring, a lot of technological capability is required, especially to get these bills discounted on an online platform and to initiate all this process. So technological capability, HR factors, organization factors, and collaborative efficiency, because it's a collaboration between the supplier firms and the buyer firms. So the experts were requested to choose the best and worst alternatives among all these finalized attributes, and we have used a 9-point scale for that purpose. Then finally we have used the vigor method to identify or to rank those 5 suppliers of our OEM manufacturer based on this SCF adoption capability. Now, there were 5 suppliers, and through our vigor analysis, we identified that supplier 4 was scoring the first rank among all the other suppliers, because they were excelling on different parameters, including technological capability and financial health. So now, the purpose of this research work is that the companies, throughout the world can actually adopt this particular system through which they can actually choose their MSME suppliers, best of their MSME suppliers based on their SF adoption capability. But because in recent times, a lot of companies are actually giving a lot of importance to, say, suppliers based on their, say, supply chain financial health. So this model could be replicated by other companies to choose their suppliers based on their SCF adoption capability, so that through a better collaboration, the entire supply chain performance could be enhanced. Now, through this analysis, we also identified that among these 5 criteria, the financial health category is, one of the major factor when it comes to SCF adoption factors. Now, in our analysis, financial health refers to, say, factors such as a good credit rating, solid working capital balances, say, higher financing cost. Now, if an MSME player is experiencing or witnessing huge financing cost from a formal institution, it's likely that they will adopt this kind of reverse factoring technique. So, there is a motivation factor which might lead into this SCF adoption capability. Now, among other 5 subcategories, low implementation cost received the first place, followed by solid working capital position, non-availability of credit from financial institutions, higher credit ratings, and higher financing cost. So again, we have ranked these suppliers, and the analysis found that supplier 4 is actually excelling on various selection criteria in terms of SCF adoption, followed by S5. Supplier 1, supplier 2, and supplier 3. So to conclude, recently SCF getting a lot of attention in various countries including India, and there are a lot of government programs coming up to motivate a lot of companies in the SCF adoption. Now, our comprehensive model might help companies in identifying better suppliers based on their SCF adoption capability, so that the performance, the overall performance of the supply chain could be improved. Thank you. That's it.
Dr. Ashwin, nice idea of looking at supply chain finance.
Thank you.
Framework. But I just wanted to look at in terms of, normally a company has a vendor analysis. So how is this going to be different?
Yes, ma'am. Vendor analysis usually doesn't consider all these factors. Now, when it comes to supply chain finance reverse factoring, we are specifically looking at their, say, ability to adopt this system. Because when it comes to supply chain finance, we need technology. We also need the consent from the suppliers. It's not necessary that they need to actually accept whatever, say, rules and regulations a buyer is actually stating. So that motivation factor, and also their ability to adopt into it. Because most of the MSMEs, when it comes to emerging markets such as India, the biggest problem they face is actually in terms of technological capability. They might be aware of all these, say, technological developments, SCF, all of that. But again, even if they are interested, lack of technology might be a barrier to adopt this. And that's exactly the reason why, even though RBI has come up with the TREDS regulations, majority of the MSMEs have not adopted that system. So the main reason being, there are a lot of factors, qualitative and quantitative, which actually...
So MSMEs also need to be aware of it.
Yes, yes.
That's
and I think,
yeah,
government is also coming up with a lot of awareness programs. So that might help.
Maybe, see, as you see, when it comes to MSME, the suppliers are large-scale suppliers, large-scale companies.
Yes,
then
yes.
in that case, they are always at an advantage, and they can also provide this one.
Yes, yes, yes.
So that's what's happening in factoring already.
No, the main difference between these two
The finance is going to be provided by the...
see, the financial institutions will look at the creditworthiness of the buyer firms when it comes to reverse factoring. Whereas when it comes to the factoring solutions, it's usually done at the credit rating, based on the credit rating of these MSME players, which are usually on a lower
So
side.
I will just, one clarification only I want is, now from the point of view of MSME, if they go and approach a factor, they will do that work. So what is the role of the MSME?
So the problem comes with, at what cost these financial institutions will discount your bills.
Okay.
Now, if it is done at the credit rating of a buyer firm, you might get a good rate.
So
when it comes to the
this
discount.
model is for adoption by the funding agency or for MSME?
This model helps the buyer firms, the larger firms, to choose suppliers based on their SCF adoption capability. Because this is actually getting, say, adopted by a lot of players. Still not, still a lot of MSMEs have not adopted this. So if a buyer firm wants to, say, select a few suppliers to onboard on their supplier finance program, maybe this model could be used to identify which all suppliers would be onboarded initially.
Okay, good attempt.
Thank you.
Good, Dr. Ashwin Arora. Wonderful presentation and research work. I hope this research work will be presented to the Government of India as well.
I hope so.
Okay, fine. All right.
Thank you.
I was just looking into you said the 27 variables, which you have used. Out of that, you have categorized some of these variables, which includes financial health, technology, HR, and organizational collaborative efficiency. I was just wondering, when we go with product design and development, we look into some sort of concept generation and concept screening. So in the concept screening, we normally take three major categories. One is, we say, market screening. Second one is operation screening, and the third one is financial screening. So what do you think, where these three screening will fall under this variables? I mean, because I don't find market screening in this, and maybe operation screening is there, but market screening is missing here. Do you want to highlight on something on this?
That could be considered under the collaborative efficiency part.
Okay.
And also, this is an internal arrangement between the buyers and sellers.
Okay, I see.
So
you want to put it under the organizational, collaborative.
Organizational factors and
And collaborative efficiency. Okay, fine. Maybe in future you can add this also.
Yes,
probably
as a different
in your
category.
future. Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so
I
much.
have got a question.
Yeah.
So this is regarding the methodology.
Yes.
Good presentation.
Thank you.
Normally we use in case of multi-criteria decision making, HP and the TOPSIS.
Yes.
Okay. So what was the motivation behind this BWM and Viker?
Again, HP and also this BWM, these are all multi-criteria.
There is a very established method available by Thomas Sati.
Yes.
And
yes.
a lot of the research papers, they talk about AHP.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Can you please highlight?
So one of the reasons being a lot of existing research work stated that when we use MCDM techniques such as AHP, some problems such as biasness, selection biasness of these variables by these experts could occur. There are some studies which actually stated such factors.
But biasness
also,
that can be normalized.
This is a
right?
slightly an advanced MCDM technique, as I understand from the.
No, even biasness may also be here.
It
That is why
is-
we are normalizing, right?
Yes.
Anyway, that's one thing please see.
Yes.
And one more thing actually, I need some clarification. You spoke about the Delphi and there are 220 sample size.
Yes.
So what is that? Delphi is basically qualitative, research
Yes,
tool,
yes,
right?
yes, yes. So
And,
now what we have done is that in the first stage, we
Yeah.
have collected data from these middle level managers to identify various factors which will help in SCF adoption.
Okay.
Now we wanted to, categorize that into different, we wanted to actually make different categories for that, and also to finalize these variables, we have
It's
used
not-
Delphi.
It's not very clear actually. Delphi is a qualitative research.
Yes, in order to
and
yes,
yeah.
collate that data, actually we have
And this
used.
survey that you have done for 220 sample size, so that's basically quantitative. So there is a little.
That is just to identify the variables which will help, factors which will help the SCF adoption. Then we have used this Delphi technique to actually make different categories.
It's not
and
very
also
clear actually. So please.
Yes, sir.
Think of it.
We'll explain that
Thank you.
in detail.
All the-
you,
all
sir.
the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashwin. So now we will have the lunch break. We'll resume at 1:30 after the lunch break.
1:30.
The food will be served here in this room itself. Okay, thank you.
We have the packets here. They can go to the washroom in case they want to keep eating. Just my. You have some presentation? No. We'll just remove that. Just remove that. Camera. My cable. Just fold it. Yeah. I'll just put it in the. Anyway, this type of conference is good.
Many people are there.
It will build up the image of the institution.
Some people from Saudi Arabia also.
Yeah.
King's College.
Tehran is there. So lot of
I want like this, round one.
One round.
Yeah, they are not
Okay, here.
Maybe the sport was not
Because it's വലിയ ബോക്സ് ഇത്ര വലിയ ബോക്സ് ബിഗ് ബോക്സ് Is it here?
Yeah, you can play.
കോളേജോടെ ഗ്രാജുവേഷൻ വീഡിയോ പ്ലേ பண்ணிட்டு
Sir.
Sir, I want to talk to you about your presentation.
Sure, definitely.
അതുപോലെ യൂട്യൂബിൽ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜೋட ವ್ಯೂ ಲೈವ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜೋಡ
Not okay. It is okay. Okay. Why didn't show? Both are there. PPT as well as PPT may also be from the PDF. Oh, veg and non-veg. And he's veg. You're veg. Mask can you use?
ഇല്ല നോൺ വെജാ വെജ് ഉണ്ട്
വെജ് ഒന്നും വേണ്ട വെജ് പരിസരത്ത് കൊണ്ടല്ലോ വന്നിരുന്നു അപ്പോൾ അതങ്ങനെ അടിയിൽ എന്തിനവിടെ പിന്നെ വഴക്കാറ് ആർക്ക്
Come, give us sit here.
All this is really good, you know.
Yes, sir.
International conference.
Many people
come
came to
from
about
different-
our college also.
From University of Bahrain, University of Saudi Arabia.
King's University, Saudi Arabia.
No, they can be met me actually. It's good. That's why once in a year, you know, we should have.
So many people will get the connection. They came to know our college.
Correct, exactly. Because yes.
presentation on April 13th. Yes, it's confirmed. It's Saturday. It's confirmed. Yeah, 13th. 100% confirmed. What we do? Yeah. Anil, you've taken, no?
Yes,
Is
yes.
non-veg or veg? Non-veg.
It's non-veg.
Madam, you want veg or non-veg? It's fine, right?
You're from where?
we want to visit your institute. And also I want to bring students to visit your institute.
You want that?
Thank you. Thank you.
Proper bank.
Anybody else requiring veg? They want non-veg? Non-veg is fine. Anybody else requiring veg? You look at your box, it says veg or not veg. If it is veg, means everything is veg. That's like all the things are veg.
Yes, immediately. Please take. See. Fine, the burger is fine, yeah? It's okay, tasty, yeah? It's coming, yeah? It is coming. They are getting already down actually. But they all are very particular, the staff also produce inspiring. Without that they cannot release the sandwich pack. Very particular production and expiry. Yeah, I have a flat in Sharjah. But it's locked now. But my daughter was doing the St. John's Medical College there. She's a general physician. NJ Road, yeah. You know that place? It's what is that police station? Adaguli police station. Yeah, same. Yeah. Forum Mall. Next to Forum Mall. Yeah. It's a nice place. Much of sound. Very posh area. Forum Mall is very posh area. You are in Bangalore.
For Bangalore, sir, yes.
100%. I visit normally in the month of August first week. 4 5 days I am there.
Oh, great, great. You please come.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
When my clients, there are many clients over here in Dubai, who are attending Dubai. And when they come there, like, that we meet, they have meetings of
your meeting.
And here also after this conference, after 2 days, I have a meeting with my clients here in Dubai.
So you're staying more time?
Yes, I have basically my stay for 3 days.
Where do you stay?
There
are same hotel?
Same hotel.
Yes, sir.
There is a nice meeting coming up here, sir, for
Benghazi.
Yeah.
Benghazi, they only have
Yeah, they are pursuing it. One of my clients was there. He had gone for a party, evening party. Dubai is developing.
Yeah, it's developing very fast. Actually, Dubai is not very cold now. Normally it is a freezing temperature. January it is very cold. In the afternoon now. Maybe because of the climate change.
In Bangalore, sir.
Bangalore is very cool. Right? Very nice.
Same with what you have now. Yeah.
Same.
Same with what we have here now.
Very cheap, sandy. Jovinus. Veg. But already he's getting it. Jovinus is getting it.
none of the policies these those kind of topics practical to the students. Because the teachers they must be and both sides and when we practice so that is how I understand.
Getting it, just freshly prepared actually.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Otherwise, we can repeat it. Yeah, you don't have mic on. Wait, I'll take it. Banner, I'll leave it.
Yes, you can start.
Just you can give an introduction.
Or no? Other one.
So, stop. Yeah, Ms. Akila
Yeah, good afternoon. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Agla Shashidharan. The topic is Does Gender Diversity Impacts Innovation?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Akila Shashidharan. I'm currently working as an assistant professor at Jindal University, Delhi. So I'm going to present one of my research titled Does Gender Diversity Impacts Innovation? Evidence from Emerging Economics. We know corporate governance is a system of practices and policies in which companies are governed and controlled. Corporate governance mechanism includes two factors. One is ownership structure and board characteristics. Board characteristics includes board of governance, board size, board directors, gender diversity. In my research, I am focusing one of the core aspect of board of governance, that is gender diversity. We know the importance of board structure is to reduce the agency conflict, and they board of directors act as a stewards to achieve the goal of the firms. And stakeholder theory focuses more on the to protect the interest of the stakeholders, includes employees, government, customers, and all. So now, does gender diversity really matters for the firm? It matters for the firm, The Companies Act of 2013 in India mentioned that all the listed firms in India should have at least one woman director on the board. Further, SEBI listing application disclosure requirement pointed that all the listed firms should have at least one woman director, independent director on the board. The reason why the Companies Act is giving more importance to the gender diversity is that women director can contribute various resources to the firm in the form of the skill and expertise which may have positive impact on firm value. Further, the Companies Act also say that having a gender diversity in the firm to show that the firm can provide unbiased opinion in the decision making. That is why the firms are complying with the regulation of having a one woman director on the board. So basically, having a gender diversity in the board has a positive and negative aspect. The positive aspect is consistent with resource dependency theory. The woman director can contribute various resources to the firm, and having a woman director on the board, they are risk averse in nature. There will be minimal conflict between the controlling shareholders and the minority shareholders. Now, negative aspect is the thing is like having a family firm in the country like in India, where the women directors are having less independence on taking the decision making, which may have negative impact on the firm value. This is the regulation pertaining to the women director, which I already covered in my previous slide. Now, these are the companies in India who are having more number of the women director. Now, motivation for my study is like in India, where the stringent regulation exists. We know that without regulation, corporate governance mechanism cannot exercise their functions. So, obviously, there should be some mechanism, including board of governors, to mitigate the conflict between the controlling shareholder and minority shareholder. In advanced economies like US, UK, they have a stringent regulation to protect the interest of investors. The countries like India and China, where the promoter ownership exists, we basically call concentrated ownership. They should have more regulation to protect the interest of investors. So, in my research, I am focusing more on women director because this women director plays a prominent role. As per the Companies Act, they are very necessary for the firm to comply with the regulation more than to provide unbiased opinion in the decision making. Now, previous literature provides mixed evidence on the women directors and firm value. Some studies pointed that women directors has a positive impact on firm value because of stewardship theory. Some studies are saying that women directors have a negative impact on firm value because of the agency conflict too. There are two types of conflict. One is agency 1 and 2. Agency 1 prevails in the country like developed economies like UK and US, where we have dispersed ownership structure. The country like India, where we have concentrated ownership structure, we call it as a agency problem 2. So, literature states that women director has a negative impact on firm value because of the agency conflict too. Now, in my earlier prior studies on women director focus more on firm value, risk taking. No studies has been examined the impact of women director on innovation activities. Innovation activities, the reason why I am focusing on, we have done a like pilot study and we find that the firms in India, the firms like Tata, Godrej, Reliance, they spend more on R&D activities in order to comply with the reputation. So we know that reputation theory positively says that when a firm is undertaking the innovation activity, it sends a positive signal to market so they can attract more institutional investors. Now, gender diversity on the board improves. Like board can access various resources and it can reduce agency problem. So, as I mentioned, there is a little evidence in the literature on the impact of gender diversity on innovation. In my research, I am particularly focusing more on product innovation and process innovation. The reason why I am focusing on this two innovation only because of the non-availability of data. We have taken data from Prover, so we have only data available for product innovation and process innovation. So basically, as I mentioned, in India we know the presence of family business is very high. So when the presence of family firms are there, the promoter will take major decision for the firm. The corporate governance mechanism includes board of directors, women directors. They have less power to take independent decision. So we also want to check whether the concentrated ownership structure, basically promoter moderates the impact of gender diversity on firm value. So my hypothesis is concentrated ownership moderates the impact of women director on innovation activities. Innovation activity basically I measure through research and development. So these are my two objectives. My first objective is to examine the impact of women on innovation activities. Second is to examine the moderation effect of promoter ownership on the effect of women director and innovation. So this is my conceptual framework. My dependent variable is innovation. Then this is the control variables. We control for both firm specific and ownership structure, and we moderated the role of concentrated ownership structure. So data, because my sample includes both Indian firms and Chinese firms. For Indian firms, I have collected data from Browers, whereas for Chinese firms, we have collected data from Bloomberg. So my observation is for India is 1000 observation covering 10147 firm observation covering 1000 firms for the period of 2010 and 23. The reason why I have chosen 2010 as my sample period because that is the latest year on the data is available in the Browers. In order to make the uniformity in the data for China, also I have taken 2010 as the period. So as I mentioned, for women director, data is not available in the Browers. So I have collected the data on women director. So methodology, I have used fixed effect panel regression based on the Hausman test. I find that my research showed more fixed effect methodology rather than random effect. For robustness, we have used DID and 2LS. The reason why we have used DID is as we know that through DID we can control both treatment and control form effects. Since my research focused on regulation on women director, we have used difference in difference analysis. So these are my results. So we find that women director has a positive impact on innovation activities in China, whereas in India it is positive but it is not significant. Whereas the promoter ownership is positive they have positive impact on innovation activities in India because, as I mentioned, promoter of the firm is they are more worried about the reputation. If they undertake more innovation activities, it will lead to positive reputation for the firm. Then the moderating effect says that women director moderates the impact of promoter ownership in India and China. Basically, in India and China, the ownership structure is almost similar. They both have constant ownership structure. That is why our result says that promoter moderates the impact of women director on innovation activities. Now, piece-wise linear regression. The piece-wise linear regression is we classified promoter ownership into similar category based on the LACC 2011 paper. What we did is we have sub-categorized the promoter ownership in 0 to 20%, 20 to 30%, but I have highlighted here the important result only, 60 to 80%, then above 80%. We can see that women director, when the promoter ownership is above 80%, women directors has a negative impact on innovation activities. That means when there is a less ownership concentration, women directors are able to exercise the decisions. Now the difference in difference analysis, we see that the DID, basically it is the DID is the interaction of both treated and controlled firms. Our treated firms include the firm who have complied with the regulation of having a one woman director on the board, and control firms are the firm who does not comply with the regulation, and the firms which doesn't fall in the two category, we omitted that firms, and we find that difference in difference analysis is positive. That means the effect on the regulation on the effect of women director have a positive impact on innovation activities. So robustness check, we have used two-stage least square regression, and we find that our results are consistent with the main analysis. So this is the summary of my result. We find that, as I mentioned, women directors are encouraging innovation activities in China. Promoter ownership has a positive impact in India. In China, why women directors is having negative impact? Because of the effect of state-owned firm. We know China is a state-owned economy, so the interference of the state-owned economy makes the promoter to contribute less for the firm. So the moderation effect shows that both countries concentrate ownership moderate the impact of innovation activities. So robustness analysis, as I mentioned in conclusion, is this paper provides the basic idea that having a women director on the board encourages innovation activities consistent with the resource dependence theory, and in India, women director is positive. The table of women directors shows that it is positive impact but not significant, because it shows that in India we are giving more importance to promoter. That is why Laporta in 2011 paper he quoted that In India, we have weakened corporate governance mechanism, so more regulation is required to enhance the effectiveness of corporate governance. Now, the first contribution is, since the lack of availability of data in the progress, we have hand collected the data. Then this study contributes to the existing literature where the stringent regulation pertains. Then lot of literature review has studies have examined the impact of innovation and firm value. Only few studies have examined the impact of board of directors on innovation, but study pertaining to the impact of gender diversity and innovation are limited. Then the Indian market is suitable for our Indian and Chinese market are suitable for our research because of the concentrated ownership structure. Now, implication is our study has a implication for the practitioners, researchers, and the regulators. For practitioners, they can come up with a regulation that when my research shows when the promoter ownership is high, the corporate governance mechanism are able to exercise less power. So more regulation is required to enhance the effectiveness of board of directors. Then more regulation should come in India to encourage the participation of women directors in the board. Then limitation of the study because of the non-availability of data in other countries, we cannot extend our study. Then future studies can include other corporate governance variables such as institutional investors for the studies. For the timing, we have used these variables in our study. As I mentioned, there are a lot of parameters to be included for the future studies. Because of non-availability of data, we cannot include the women directors' expertise, the nature and background of women directors. Then future studies can also include some other corporate governance factors like CEO duality and all. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Akila, you have said about, from India you have taken 1,000 firms, right? And from China it was around 5,948. What are the characteristics of this sample population?
Okay, we have taken all the listed firms. In China, we have taken all the listed firms in Shanghai Stock Exchanges. Okay. For India, we have taken all the listed firms in NSE only.
Only National Stock Exchange, yes. Yeah, NSE.
Because the reason why we have chosen is NSE is because intraday settlement is there. It's a more popular stock exchange in India.
Okay, fine. So you have taken that into consideration. From your point of view, because when I was in Zambia, African country, because Zambia, they have lots of rules and regulations, even in other parts of the world also, So Zambia, they have certain thing that if a lady is employed, okay, a female is employed, they have to be given every month Mother's Day leave, So Mother's Day leave has to be given. If you are not giving Mother's Day leave, that means you are going against the statute of the, the country. So what do you think if Mother's Day leave is introduced in India? Okay, so what's your opinion? Will still the corporate bodies consider, female to be on the board or in employment, or what could be the situation?
Okay, in India, I will tell you one example. In India, even the companies like say that all the listed firms should have one woman director on the board. Right. We have seen out of like 1,000 firms, only 700 firms are complying with the regulation. Okay. So a lot of firms are yet to comply with the regulations. Okay. So I think SEBI will future may take some action against the firms who are not complying with the regulation. Okay. So, and similar to the point which you are saying, obviously when the regulation comes, lot of pros and cons are there. Right. So I think in India, if this kind of rule comes, I think initially they will hesitate to follow, but later, like CSR, when CSR regulation, they introduce CSR regulation. Initially, all the shareholders oppose this regulation because CSR means the company is spending out of their money only, right? So investors might have a very bad impact on the returns. That is why they oppose. But now it's a mandatory process, everyone is compliant. Similarly, when the regulation comes, initially everyone will oppose, but later they will have to comply.
But why you feel that there should be a gender balance in the organization? Because what we feel is that male, female, if you are a doctorate, both male is a doctorate, female is a doctorate. If you are working in an organization, the pay scales are normally both, as you said, in the public sector organization. There is no difference in the pay scale. Okay, so do you think, is it essential or not essential for, which will have an impact on innovation?
It is essential because having a woman director on the board, the first thing is the regulation. Second thing is like when a woman director is in the board, they are like risk averse in nature basically. A lot of studies support my opinion like women director are risk averse in nature. So in a country like in India, where the promoter ownership is very high. So if I'm working in my own family firms, obviously I have to comply with my father words or my brother word, whoever it is. So I cannot take independent decisions. So if there's a lot of regulation and they have to provide the opinion. What is the opinion provided by women director in their annual meeting? The opinion matters. So this kind of thing, women directors comes to the firm. That means they have different perspective. So they can help the firm to getting access resources, and women are very good in making networks. So that may help the firms.
So that's good. So she has given particular characteristics. Okay, thank you so much, and wonderful presentation, Dr. Akila. I think one of the colleagues is having a question.
Data source is publicly available?
Yes, its purpose is public available, but only the institute has to subscribe it.
Okay.
For me, my institute has subscribed this data.
And one more question is, other than this, government regulations, do you have any theoretical view behind why the women are the better managers?
Yes,
You
there
have.
are a lot of things. The first
Because
thing
if you
is
see the history, starting from Adam Smith and all that, right? So hardly there is any woman in the process. That what we, yes, I know nothing against any gender, just out of curiosity. So do you have any theory that supports why the women should be involved in the decision making process? Are they better managers?
Yeah, I can tell you. I will quote the example of Godrej Business Group. Like in 2015, Nisaba Godrej has joined the family firms. So till that there is no separation working hours for men and women. But immediately when Nisaba Godrej joined the firm, she has undertaken a lot of changes. The first thing is she made a compulsory rule that after 8 hours, like the woman working hours is like 8 hours. More than 8 hours, if any woman is working, it's not allowed for the firm. Second thing is like NICA is the best example where the promoter is the one lady, right? So women are contributing more towards for the betterment of the firm. So they are, in India, if you take the example of many firms.
Just to know the theory behind.
Theory is like, one is like institutional theory, second one is resource dependence theory, third one is agency, fourth one is stakeholder theory, then the most prominent theory is critical mass theory. Critical mass, these are the popular five theories when we talk about women directors.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Akila. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Pramod Kumar Mishra. The topic is Does Logistics Aggregation Help in Supply Chain Operations?
Very good afternoon to all of you. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to give a little overview behind this work. So this is actually, I'm basically from University of Hyderabad, in Hyderabad, and the project that we are currently undergoing is basically from an institution of eminence, that is IOE, completely funded by the Government of India, and the project is worth 35 lakh in Indian currency, and this work that I am going to present is one of the questions that we are going to address in our work, right? So basically we have taken the study as you must be knowing, many of you may be into economics and econometric. Basically when you talk about the inflation or the price change, we basically talk about the macroscopic things like fuel, crude oil price change, exchange rate fluctuation, right, money supply, right. These are the few things we basically talk about, but we are thinking of is there any way in terms of the supply chain, right, which is little micro level, can control the inflation, basically the price rise, right. And this particular project is, I think I should say, was conceived when I heard, Dr. C. Rangarajan, the then governor of Andhra Pradesh and the Reserve Bank of India, governor. So he said most of the times what you see in the market, market is like, that like water that flows from the upstream to the downstream, and sometimes, from downstream to the upstream, the information and the finance. So when there is a change in the upstream, so immediately there is a change in the downstream, right? And that means when the price rises in the upstream, then automatically, it is reflected in the downstream. Now the same thing, if you say when the price decreases in the upstream, then why not it is getting reflected in the downstream? So this particular thought process, or maybe this deliberation, I personally heard Dr. C. Rangarajan. I think most of you may be knowing, one of the eminent economists in India, and the then governor of Reserve Bank of India. So from there actually we took this clue and we started this particular work, and we thought of if the supply chain management or the logistics, which is a part of the supply chain, can control the price rise in the market, right? And in the process of it, we have taken some 10 commodities like rice, wheat, sugarcane, tomato, onion, and turmeric. There are some 10 commodities we have taken, and this particular work is basically, as you see here, I have not mentioned on the topic itself, but there are two commodities. One is tomato, and the other one is the turmeric. So these are the two different supply chains we have taken. One is highly perishable, and the other one is kind of semi-durable. These two things we have taken, and the work is basically in terms of the supply chain aggregation. So what we are trying to say here is, people from supply chain management may be knowing that we say sometimes the full truckload and the less than truckload, right? And in terms of the inventory also, we say when the inventory is full, the inventory has the shortage, so we have the more holding cost. Sometimes we have the shortage, so loss of the you can say the customers. So which is good? Whether losing a customer is good or having one unit extra item in the inventory is good, right? So there is no unique solution. Like doctors differ, managers also differ. They have their own thought process. But anyway, so one is driven by the efficiency consideration, and the other one is driven by the responsiveness consideration. So this is what is the brief perspective behind the study, and in the process of it, we have designed the structured questionnaires. All were designed by us. As you know, that supply chain is not basically driven by the perception; it is driven by the fact. So getting the data about the supply chain practices is extremely difficult in the market. That is why very less people come to this field. Even the researchers, those who have done their postdoc, they also run away from the field, stating that it is not possible to implement in the market. So anyway, with great difficulty, we have done something, and one of the works that we have done already, and we are writing the report now. So it's my fortune to present before all of you. So I'm just taking through the presentation. Slides are not changing. Can you scroll? The problem is actually fine. Okay. So nothing to talk about more about the supply chain. So this is one of the very I can say the macroscopic view of all the managerial processes, starting from the supply to the customers. There we have the supply relationship management, internal supply chain management, and we have the customer relationship management. It covers all of them. And if you see broadly, the supply chains that we have can be divided into two different categories. One is driven by the efficiency consideration, and the other one is driven by the responsiveness consideration. The more work about this can be read from the citation by Marcel Fisher in 1997. Then this particular case that we have taken is basically driven by the efficiency consideration, where the cost is the focus. Now, as I said a little ago, that we have tried to see if the supply chain, that is basically if you see the agricultural supply chain, basically unorganized in the market, in the sense very few players are there who basically control, the supply chains, and broadly it is not very much organized. And as you know, we have been studying about it, and I think many of you are from India, maybe knowing that how starting from you can say White Revolution by Varghese Kurian, and Green Revolution by Professor Swaminathan, right? So how things have happened to organize the farmers, because farmer is a player who contributes the maximum to the supply chain, but ultimately getting hardly 30 to 40% of the supply chain revenue, right? So the thing here is there any way that we can maximize the return that will be given to the farmers? Now, if you see how the supply chain flow takes place, basically the farmer has the choice to get into the market and deliver the produce. Maybe it's an open market like a hart, or maybe to a mandi, that agricultural produce market committee, or maybe it can go through an aggregator, right? Aggregator may be a village trader, it may be a village leader, it may be a trading commissioning agent, or maybe one of the farmers can take the leadership and take the product and deliver to the nearby mandi, or maybe to the open market, whatever is the case. Now, given this particular situation, there are two major issues that we have here. The sales that is happening through the direct method, and the sales that is happening through the indirect method, and through the indirect method basically for the aggregation. So we have a lot of literature with respect to the economic order quantity, and the economic order quantity, how we aggregate in terms of the full truckload, and the inventory management, how we can minimize the expenses. Though that is mostly available in the theory, the practice is not very much there, and we are just trying to see if 10% of the truckload of material is free, then how it is impacting the cost with respect to a customer. Maybe it is any of the agricultural producers like rice or tomato or whatever it is. Now, the theoretical perspective behind this is, as we have already seen, that resource-based view. Then we have rational choice theory, and there is one thing that is basically the Alice paradox, that basically talks about though we know that this a particular decision may be helpful, but we sometimes do the mistake and go for the other one. That may be dependent on multiple things. Sometimes could be the obligation, sometimes it could be there is no alternative, or sometimes we just want to use our time for something productive rather than sending through somebody else, right? There are multiple ways that somebody can really get into the market, and these are a few things I don't want to get into details of it. And the RCT theory, basically the actors and their own interest, and there is some invisible hand, right, that is also there in the market. Now, put together, the variables have been identified, and those variables are basically in terms of the cost benefit analysis, and that has been taken and used in the questionnaire. Of course, the complete questionnaire is not involved here, it is a part of it. And there, if you see this particular model, here you can see this is not a multiple regression model, or maybe it is not you can say structural equation model. This is basically a conceptual supply chain that happens from the upstream to the downstream. If you see this, there are several variables starting from the price, and then you have sometimes the support and obligation and all that. Then that contributes to the uncertainty in terms of the marketplace. Then the farmer, basically the producer, may choose the aggregation, or may directly go to the mandi for the sales, or maybe the aggregator may take that and aggregate the material from multiple villages and come to the APMC or the mandi for the final sales. So this is the model, and basically we used the logistic regression here. And as multiple regression, I think Madam and several people have already spoken about it. Here actually we are little flexible in terms of we don't really see the normality and all that, because this is in terms of the logistic regression, we basically talk about the probability. So when you talk about the probability, we don't really take, in terms of deterministic model. This is not a deterministic model. This is basically a stochastic model where you say the probability is there. If it happens, that's the odds ratio. We take yes and no. So whether yes is more probable or no is more probable, right? That way we have measured this model. So the logic is, as you see, all the variables plus constant, and the coefficient times the variable. And in this case, so when you apply this particular logic, we have the exponential beta. Unlike in the multiple regression and the factor analysis, what madam has presented, I think Monica madam and several other people. So there we have the beta, but here we talk about the exponential beta. So before getting into the model, little bit of respondent profile. So here we have 359 is the total sample size. One is the turmeric supply chain, and the other one is the tomato supply chain. I forgot to mention that, okay, I can tell it. So there are 208 farmers from turmeric supply chain and 151 from tomato supply chain. So put together we have 359 as the sample size. And for the sample location, as you know, that turmeric in India, basically the Nizamabad and Jagatiyar, there is an area that is actually the famous in terms of the turmeric production. And recently the Prime Minister of India also declared for a horticulture turmeric board, turmeric board in that particular region. So this is a new board that is most likely coming up. And for tomato, those of you from maybe Andhra Pradesh and that region, Chittoor region, maybe knowing that we have the highest production that comes from that area. So in the process of it, we have 359 as the sample size. And as you see, farming is basically, unlike what madam was talking about earlier, so it is basically male-centric activity, and the women are very, very less in terms of their involvement, and basically male-centric activity. And as you see that we have some diversity in terms of education, in terms of their age, and in terms of the land holding. This is one of the crucial variables. So we have broadly marginal and the small farmers, and that is how the census of India also says. And the network choice, this is actually one of the key variables in our case. So what you see from here is basically 52.9%, I mean 53% basically prefer the aggregation, and 47% prefer the direct sales. So if we see this is actually the data that has been collected from the farmers in person, and with a great difficulty from the mandis and from their households, and that says that almost 50% involvement is there in both the cases, right? Now, given this particular situation, our effort is there to see if direct sales or maybe the sales strategy that is directly taking them for sales to a nearby market is beneficial, or maybe coming through the aggregation, which is basically supply chain, says that full truckload is always better than the less than truckload, then that basically pays. This is basically the research question that we are just trying to address. Now we have formulated our model, the logistic regression model that you've already seen. So out of that, if you see that for turmeric and tomato and the overall, there are 3 different supply chains that we have it here. I said earlier that we have 10 different commodities, but for this particular study that I have sent the paper for this conference, we have taken 2 because certain other things are in process. We are not yet done with that. So if you see here, for the turmeric, we didn't get the significance because there is aggregation, and the direct sales or the direct sales strategy doesn't have statistically varying from each other. And for tomato, we got it is a statistical significant situation where the aggregation may little help because because of the perishability nature of the commodity. Because unless you preserve it under certain temperature, the tomato will be spoiled, and that is how in India recently we had even 300 rupee per kg of tomato. So 300 kg, you know, that is quite high as far as India is concerned. So almost, you know, it is like some 5 or 6, or I can say $6 US. $6 US. So that's quite high in terms of, you know, Indian price. Then if you see, this is, as I said, this is a probabilistic model. So we normally don't pay that much attention to this coefficient of determination, but anyway, that is very less, some 6 to 7% or sometimes 3% of the coefficient of determination was found. And if you see this particular classification table, for turmeric, we got the classification to be 63%, roughly can say 2/3, and for the tomato, we got around again 2/3, and for aggregate, we got 55.4%, roughly 55%. So what does this mean? This means actually the prediction and the actual, right? The actual and the prediction, there are 55% accuracy we have received. You may say 55% accuracy is not a very high figure. I do admit it's not a very high figure. We expected somewhere, you know, 90%, but we could only get 55%. That means the model may needs more sample size, more commodity, more diversity, that we are in the process of checking. But you know, just to declare that we got 55% of the classification. Yeah. So then we got you know, the exponential beta. So as I said earlier, unlike multiple regression, we don't really say here one unit of increase in one variable is going to increase what percentage of the, you know, increase in the dependent variable. We say probability, it may. So we are not using here that in a deterministic model, we say it may. So in such a case, if you see this particular one, you know, this is once again with respect to the you know, the uncertainty, that after we build our model, after building the model, we have the actual value, and of course we have used Python here to just, you know, compare certain results. So we have actual value and the predicted value. When the actual value is equal to the predicted value, then uncertainty is not much there. When predicted value is greatly differing from the actual value, that means there is a lot of uncertainty. So with the uncertainty, we had certain comparison of the test, and with respect to aggregation, with respect to the direct sell strategy, there actually you can see this is very obvious. The results are here. So due to the paucity of the time, I could you know, skip this. Then for the uncertainty comparison, we have this ANOVA table, and from the ANOVA table, what you see for the turmeric, though it is not statistically different from the aggregation, but 13% of the p value that we could receive. So 13% of the p value is, we can probably say you know, close to the 10%, maybe accepted figure. And for tomato, it is completely statistically significant, and for overall, it is statistically significant at 5% level of significance. Then if you compare these two different strategies, you can see the aggregation of the direct sales. What are the, all these figures are in Indian currency. You know, any difficulty, maybe you can probably you know, convert it into either US dollars or something else, just to see. So if you see here, the one of the variables, if I take you know, quickly because we are running short of time. So if you see, let us say turmeric, so the aggregation is giving 484.65 for the transportation cost per trip, and for direct sales it is 472.55, and for aggregation is 482.40. That means they are more or less similar. That means the aggregation is not yet very fruitful, though there is theoretical evidence that aggregation will definitely help, but that is not practiced in a very systematic way. I have the product, I go to the market, I can sell, whether the truck is full truckload or less than truckload, I do not really bother for that. This is actually one thing that can be probably seen by the stakeholders, if at all everybody is really thinking of the market price fluctuation and price rise in the market, because it is not, you know, it is an ecosystem. If some change happens somewhere, everybody else will be definitely impacted, right? So I'll quickly take you through the you know, the little bit of application for the economic order quantity. So what I have shown you is that is the current practice. Now in these two slides quickly, I'll just use my time quickly and say that if the aggregation is practiced very scientifically, or at least at some level of supply chain practices, then what is that is going to happen in terms of the comparison? As you see, there could be a potential for ordering cost, that is nothing but our transportation cost and certain other cost, and the holding cost can be reduced by 71.15%, that is 71%, or at least I can say by 2/3. Then the total logistics cost can be reduced by 30%, right? As you see, more or less by 30%. Similarly, for the tomato, we can reduce the cost by 28.93%, around 30%. So that means if the cost of the commodity is 100 rupees and we practice aggregation, maybe it may be available in the market for 70 rupees or 80 rupees, given aggregation is scientifically practiced. Now, we are very thankful to IOE, the Institute of Eminence, for supporting us for this conference, and also for the project of 35 lakh Indian currency. And thank you very much all of you for patient listening, and I'll be happy to take your questions now. Thank you very much.
So it's interesting work, but only I was just looking at, of course you say you're trying it for other commodities also.
Yes.
But the prediction of 55% is known. Does it mean because there are a lot of factors which is not having an impact?
Agreed.
So can you remove the variables and then or change the things and find out how the model could be improved?
No, ma'am. What I want to say there is 55% of the cutoff is very low according to the machine learning. So we need at least 90%. So I suspect, though we have not tested it so far, I suspect maybe the 384 sample size. That's not a very good sample size for any machine learning algorithm. So for machine learning algorithm, we need very large sample size. That could be one reason. But if we include other commodities, I believe that figure will definitely change. The classification table that you have seen, that will definitely change.
Yeah, that's true, because if you change the commodity, obviously it will change, I think, because now we have taken only turmeric and
yes,
tomato.
Two commodities you have taken.
Yes, we have taken, yeah. That's right, I was just wondering, Republic of Zambia is a landlocked country, So in a landlocked country, do you think how this logistics aggregate can help for a landlocked country, or it can be only applied in, where there are ports, etc.?
You mean to say the network is very large?
Yes.
You mean to say network is very large?
Very.
So I have given, sir, actually, due to the paucity of the time,
right.
I just,
it's okay, sir.
Skipped that part.
Right.
So what is required is actually distance is one of the major factors in the transportation.
Right.
And there we, burn a lot of fuel, which can be controlled if the truck is the full truckload.
Okay.
Now the problem is with the coordination.
Yeah.
The coordination is the problem, but that coordination can be, can happen when somebody takes a leadership.
Right.
And gathers. I'm not saying the person who stays near, let's say, in 1 kilometer radius is going to contact another person in 10 kilometer radius.
Right.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is within a radius of 1 kilometer, if people are connected, well connected, right? Or maybe somebody takes a leadership through collaboration, right? Then this can be controlled by 30%. I'm not saying you have to cover a large geographical area. No, that is not there. Because I know it is a very, very scattered. Agriculture is very, very scattered. It is not going to happen the way it happens for other FMCG and other industry. It is not going to happen, right? Though we say supply chain and the practices, it should be organized, it should be organized. It's like, all are crying, but we don't have the tears. So this is not going to happen in practice. But what I can probably say, that within 1 kilometer of radius, 1 kilometer of radius is not a very big distance.
Right.
Somebody can cover by cycle or maybe by walking.
Right.
So if that happens, it can be controlled.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pramod Kumar Mishra. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Adul Bansal and Dr. Raj Bahadur Sharma. The topic is Impact of the Financial Technology, Revolution on Bahrain's Banking Industry. As they want to catch the flight earlier, we are calling them a little bit early.
Professor Ku, Professor Ravi, Jay, and all juries and all the esteemed faculty members and students present here. This is a small correction, Dr. Atul Bansal from University of Bahrain, the first author of this paper. And I'm not Dr. Raj, I'm Dr. Durga Prasad Samantray. I'm from King Saud University, Riyadh. You see, he's from UOB, first author. That's why the first reason of writing this paper on Bahrain banking industry. But being from Saudi Arabia also, we all are in GCC country. I will give a kind of why we have written this paper, FinTech in Bahrain banking industry. You know, there are few reasons. As the PPT is not there, so allow me to give you a few points because we will not take much time. Just few minutes why this paper is so important. So just a minute. Yeah. So I'm good to go. Thank you. So the digital investment within AUM, you know, all we know asset under management. That is US 12 million in 2023 in Bahrain banking industry. The second reason is the revenue growth of the digitalization from the banking industry. You know, it consists of 30.9%, 31%. Can you believe? When we are talking, those students present here, may I have your attention please? So, thank you. And when we are talking about banking industry, you know, digitalization, we think like it is new. FinTech, the sectoral development, etc. But you see in Bahrain banking industry, it is 31% contribution. The next one is, Bahrain has over 120 fintechs active role. So, if we talk about fintech, then how many fintechs are there? 120 fintechs are operating now. Next important reason is, the total number of players in Bahrain is more than 400. Amazing, isn't it? Small country, but more than 400 banking players are there. The Bahrain is the home to most of the 400 licensed financial players. Bahrain digitalization accounts for now. Most of you, your teacher might have taught you, your professors might have taught you about the valuation of an industry, valuation of an economy. So when we are talking about that, we talk what? The economy size, the contribution of that industry into the GDP. You know, what is the contribution of banking industry in the GDP of Bahrain? That is almost 17% of the GDP contribution from this industry. Next, Bahrain represents over 66% of the Bahraini workforce. 66% in the workforce of Bahrain. And retail banking had the highest adaptation of disruption in the digital the fintech industry. You know, number one in Bahrain industry, 68% growth. The second is the telecom, which is talking about around I think 41%, and the third is the corporate banking, again banking, 40%. That made us to think about this topic and send the paper to this conference. That is all about the rosy pictures I showed you. Why we have taken this as a topic. It's not like every coin has a second side, right? So this also has certain challenges. So the challenges I'll talk about. But before that, I'm sure all audience present here, I made the point clear. Any question? You can keep it. Now the thing is, we want to develop few papers in this particular topic, because I talk about my name, introduced, I am a professor in the area of corporate governance. I saw the madam's paper about the women directorship in the role of the country innovation, right? I think she's not here. So my research area is corporate governance, and we have written a very recent paper about the role of women in the board, and many papers you can just put in ResearchGate or Citation or maybe LinkedIn, wherever you put the name, you will get all my papers in corporate governance particularly. But now, last 2 years, we also took this as a project. Why? I just gave you certain reasons. Certain reasons I talked about Bahrain banking industry. But the GCC is not an exception. Most of you will be interested in UAE, maybe the same or better result will be there. Maybe Saudi Arabia, maybe Kuwait and Qatar. So almost all GCC players, they are taking fintech as a very big challenge. And the contribution, I told you how the contribution is coming. So the audience, the August area audience present here, I will suggest, please take this as a research area, which is very emerging, and as Dr. was saying, Dr. Ravi was saying that the Scopus Research Challenge, many of the good journals, they will accept also in this area. So being a professor in the field for more than 25 years, I can suggest all of you, the young researchers particularly, take as a research area. There's a bright side and you can have better publication opportunity. And the next is the last part, because I won't take much time. So the last part of that research is the challenges. It's not, as I said, every coin is the second side. So the challenge is also coming with the topic, right? How the banking industry is facing the challenge regarding the fintech. Number one, the regulatory framework change. So the way faster we are changing that, for example, when we were talking about banking 2, 3 years, 5 years down the line, what we were thinking? We were going to the bank, brick and mortar system of the bank. We are giving checks. We are giving drafts. We are making transfers. Today, oh my God, your plastic money. After that, mobile money. After that, it is like just farm tech, tip tech, so all things will come. Maybe a chip will be here. Yesterday we went for the desert safari, he was putting a stamp. Maybe a stamp the bank will put, you can just show where it is going. So is that, so it is, there is a payment partner, there is a payment banking, there is a the crypto, there is so many areas into that. So big challenge. Why I said this? The challenge of regulation. For example, you are paying. If something goes wrong, whom to contact? Where to contact? If you go to the bank, bank will say you have done through the partner, and the things will come. So regulatory is not changing every country, not only Bahraini. Most of the global countries, the system is changing. Alongside the regulatory framework changing or not? That's the challenge number one. Second challenge is the talent acquisition. We all are here. Talent acquisition is a big problem today, not only to any one country, everyone. So how the talent will be acquired? The third one is, the third biggest one is the market competition. You know, like any industry, this is also an industry, and 400 players, more than 120 are the fintech players. So how to deal with the competition? So these are the few challenges, and the area is still emerging. So thank you very much for providing the opportunity, and I think I will just ask few questions if you have. I will be glad to. Thank you very much.
So it's interesting to see that fintech is so very given so much of importance in this area, in this region. But based on your review, do you think there are any specific issues that brought out the challenges? What issues do you think that we should really research on this?
It is like payment partner is most of the upcoming area, and the regulatory, the kind of how the suggestions can be given to the regulators to make the changes. These are the two areas good papers can be drawn. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Durga Prasad, nice, speech without a presentation is great actually, yeah, because we got some insight and it's good for the upcoming researchers and scholars to pick up some topic from yourself and then put it in their paper for the next publication, yeah. Great thing, but I just want to ask you one thing.
Please.
Fintech makes job very easier. Okay, that's what I feel in the banking industry.
True, sir.
But I think at the same time it is also creating complications as well.
Too much.
Right? Yeah. So which is better? Which side is going upper side? Is it the complications or the easiness to do the work?
Yes, sir. Actually, very beautifully you have brought the idea. Like you see, for example, our mobile has a limit of 5,000 dirham or 10,000 dirham. No need of card, no need of anything. Just you tap your mobile, your payment will be done. The mobile is in the pocket, may be misused. Should be care, some protection, some password should be there. So it is like what I will say. He is my friend since 2009. So we know each other. So there is a quote in business law: buyer be aware. Almost all of you might have heard about it, right? Buyer be aware. The guy who is selling brinjal, he will not say there is a bad brinjal in my lot. Buyer be aware, right? So same goes here also. It is a banking industry, be careful. Things are now, Professor, you brought this issue, but this issue is going to be more and more complicated in future next 4 to 5 years. Because maybe the chip is not a big deal now. Bank will give you a kind of chip installed, maybe, or something like that. Your car will be installed. Everything. So challenges are going to be more complicated. So be careful. Definitely your life become easier. Otherwise, think about 5 years down the line. We have to wait for Monday to Friday for doing banking, right? Whether check presentation, going to the bank for doing the transaction. Today, nothing like that. Life become easier. Any part of the world you can make your transaction if your mobile is with you. Another caution is, dear friends, don't forget your mobile. Be careful now. Your mobile is your wallet now. Agree or not? Someone has told me very clearly, normally we keep our mobile, right? In the center of the table when we go somewhere. Now your mobile can be read. There are so many technologies are coming. So please keep your mobile carefully. That's your wallet now. So thank you for this question. It's really a big question. Thank you. And ma'am, so this is the area to research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Dr. Kopp, sir, to hand over the certificate.
Yeah, you have to
As they
move
move
flight
forward.
now. Thank you. Yes, he has a flight actually. So I request you can also come, please come. Dr. Ravi, you can also accompany. So we have certificate of participation to be given to Dr. Durga Prasad and
thank you very much.
It's a group. It's a group. Yeah. Okay. Atul Bansal and Dr. Atul Bansal as well. I think Atul Bansal is there. I think it is two certificates actually. One is and these are the two. One is certificate of participation and your registration of payment. Yeah. Please. Thank you, sir.
much, sir. Thank you. Glad meeting you. Nice meeting you. Thank you.
Sorry for the communication.
Thank you. No worries at all. It's a part.
Thank you, sir.
They traveled a long distance. There was a communication mistake. They went to different campus. It happens. We are learning. Okay. From the mistake. Sorry for that.
Thank you very much. We are leaving early, so
Yeah.
thank you. I wish you all nice presentations.
To add what you are talking, I was in Africa last month. There is no credit card, debit card there, only mobile. Digital wallets only. Even college fees to school, even a beggar gets by.
Jokes
Yeah,
are
I'm
coming
not
now.
joking.
Yes, yes, yes.
One person came and washed the car. What's your number? 34986 something. He's telling. He's tuck doing. Okay, he's going.
And most of us from India. In India now, digital payment. Wow.
And I was astonished to see that when I went at the airport. I was drawing cash from him. He was looking at me top to bottom. I don't know why he's asking. Then I asked the guy, give me at least $1 to pay him tips. Sir, no tips here. That money will not be wasted. Nobody can change where somewhere. So you cannot change anywhere the currency here. Only digital currency. That's the thing happening. Revolution happening. What you said. India is starting now the revolution, but it is far here behind.
And Professor Ravi, thank you very much. After 15 years, we are meeting again.
We worked in 2009 in King Saud University. And come back, keep seeing the professor. Nice. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
See you all. Thank you very much. See you all.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Anuja Mohanty. She's not there actually. So, I would like to invite Dr. Mr. Madanakumar P. and Mr. Adityan T.S. Mr. Bilal. The topic is Indian stock market, a critical analysis on investment options.
Connect on Apple connector.
Good afternoon to all present here. I am Madan, is Bilal. We are here to present a research paper about the Indian stock market, a critical analysis on investment options. In this research paper, we are going to understand how the stock market works, what's meant by NSE, what's meant by BiZZ, future and options, candlesticks, and the technical patterns. The stock market is the avenue where the investors trade by bonds, derivatives, shares, etc. This trading is facilitated by a stock exchange. In India, the stock exchange is divided by two. One is NSE and BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange. Bombay Stock Exchange is an index of Sensex, and National Stock Exchange is an index of Nifty. BSE is the oldest form of stock exchange in India, and NSE is the largest financial market, the fourth largest market volume, and a modern stock exchange in India. There are candlesticks patterns. Candlesticks patterns is divided by 5 types. One is Marabuzu, Amar, Doji, spinning top and shooting star. What stock market? The stock market is a term of refers to the several exchange of shares and shares held that a company are bought and sold. How the stock market works?
No problem. Please carry on. You have some different color.
Indian stock market is divided by two types. One is the primary stock exchange and another one is secondary stock exchange. First, they set as a small cap company, mid cap company and a large cap company. They set a annual profit turnover for that company. For example, the company's annual turnover for 10 crores. Then the company provides the documents to the SEBI, Stock Exchange Board of India. Once the SEBI go through all the things and they offer to the initial public offering. Once they accepted to the initial public offering and how the public showing the interest about it, then the company enters into the stock market. This is how the stock market works. Now we go to the objectives of the research paper. First, to review the future and options. First, we know to know about the future and options. First, we want to know about the indices of the market. What is meant by equity? When we trade or invest, when the traders and the investors buy or sell a share in an individual company is known as equity. What's meant by derivatives? When the investor or traders buy or sell in a group of companies is known as derivatives. In derivatives is divided by two types. There are future and options. There's a in Nifty 50 top 50 companies in India is lie under the Nifty 50. Top 12 companies, top 12 companies is lies under the Bank Nifty, and top 20 companies is lie under the Fin Nifty. These are the market indexes. Now we're gonna study about the future and options.
the presentation in your laptop? We'll connect that laptop, no?
But this revenue.
Okay.
Let us start with the example. Let's take a cow as a main product and a cheese and a milk as a sub-product. When the cow is in a good health, we'll get the sub-product milk and cheese in a good quantity. Let us if the Nifty 50 chart is in a good it is in uptrend, then the future in options will go up. When the Nifty 50 chart in a downtrend, the future in options will in a downfall. Now over to Bilal to present the candlesticks patterns and
This is all the nothing. Candlesticks and candlesticks patterns is a common thing, okay, for every market. Not about in Indian stocks and crypto, not about in the Indian market, and it's a normal, it's a basics, okay. It will once we understand the concept of the candlestick, we can analyze it and we will trade in every market, okay. It's a candlesticks. It's a basics for every stuff, okay. Okay. The candlesticks actually it looks like this. Once has been like green color, and this is another one is there. It's a red color. The actual name is for this. For green, we'll call it as bullish candle, okay. And this is a positive candle will count, okay. This is a red, okay. Why it's red? This is bearish, okay. The definition for the bearish and bullish. Did you know that bullish, the cow will hit like this? That's why the market is goes like up. That's why they kept the name like a bullish, okay. The bear is nothing but you guys will know the bear will hitting down like this. That's why it's going to down. It's simple. The concept is because they kept like the name each and every bars they have a name for specifics and they have each and every bar, okay. So this is the candlesticks and what this will represent. For suppose I'm telling like it shows like current data. Now it's a price. It's going on 1 rupee, 2 rupees. We can analyze the past data and previous operations. We can read. Traders can easily identify the what's going to happen now, and they will analyze using the trends and the patterns. There are a lot of patterns out there. Yeah, I will show you what is this. Okay. There's a one candle. This called as a hammer candle. It looks like a hammer. Okay. It's all the reversal pattern. Reversal candlesticks. Okay. Whenever the prices comes down, it's rejecting. It looks like a hammer. Okay. That's why they kept named as a hammer. People are considered like it looks like a hammer. It looks like a doji. Something they will do like shooting star, because it's shooting like a up. It's inverted. It will be inverted like this. It's shooting star. They will call it simply. They will change. They have a prices like that. Whenever the prices comes down, if it comes like this, means it will be and reverse to this. Okay. then there's a bullish engulfing is there. Okay, same concept is there. Bullish engulfing, it means whenever the prices goes down, if one candle it forms here, another candle it forms here, two candles, three candles are forms here, another the candle will come like this. It will engulf everything. Another before past three candles, it will engulf everything. Okay, it shows the power of the buyers. Buyers are so aggressive to buy the order. By the prices, quantities, everything. Okay, so that's why we can easily identify it's gonna be like buyers are so power. We can identify like that. Okay, same has been a reversal pattern. For bearish engulfing is that it's like whenever the prices goes up, here you can see same concept has in opposite direction. Okay. See, 1, 2, like 3, and here it will engulf everything. It will engulf. Engulf means it will be like eat everything before the previous four candles and all. Okay, it represents like sellers or control. Sellers are so aggressive control to sell the prices what they are bought it in the here. Okay, these are the candlesticks. And I show you another patterns, candlesticks patterns. There you can see. Excuse me.
Can you try to conclude?
In trading methodology, there is a two type of trading methodology is there. One is a price action, another one is a smart money concept. In price actions, we use candlesticks and patterns, resistance and support to the confirmation and take an entry or exit. In price action, we confirm all the patterns and take an entry. But we can get only a 10 to 20 points profit, and the stop loss is more about 60-40. In SMC, the SMC is like a method. We'll use a breakoff structure, inducement, change of character, flip. It's like a method. For example, let's take to drive a bike. We plug that, we put a key in it and start the bike, put it in a first gear and slowly release the clutch. This is a method. This shows in a SMC. In price action, it's like a pattern. Only we use a patterns and support and resistance to take an entry. So the SMC method is far good than the price action. Thank you.
Okay, Madan and Bilal here, right here. What made you to choose this topic? I mean, especially on National Stock Exchange and Bombay Stock Exchange.
Actually, we do trading.
You do trading? Yeah, good. So which product you are trading in?
In options.
In options, is it? I see. Okay. If a company has to be listed in the National Stock Exchange or Bombay Stock Exchange, which is the main regulatory body? It is SEBI, right? ACBE, yeah. Correct? Yeah. How much time it takes to be listed in the stock exchange?
It's an annual company's turnover, sir.
Okay.
Once the company, there's three types of a company is divided to three types. One is a small cap, another one is mid cap, another one is large cap.
Okay.
If the company is lies under the small cap, there's a like basic turnover the company wants to make it. Like if we take the example for the 10 crores, the company will submit all the documents and profits to the SEBI. Once the SEBI is go through all the things and selected, they will announce to initial public offering, IPO.
Then they go with IPOs.
Yeah.
So what is the time frame from the submission of the document to the IPOs? Approximate time frame. I mean, if you have to be listed in the stock exchange, what is the time frame it takes?
It's 6 to 1.
Approximately 1 year, right?
Yeah.
correct here. That's what
That's
one
what-
of my colleague has, done that. He says there's a lot of complicated work involved. It takes around 1 year actually. Fine, all right. Well done. At least you got some idea, and we got some ideas on what exactly you were saying. Okay, hearty congratulations, and go ahead and invest more and more in the shares, debentures, whatever it is. Yeah, okay. But be aware, as he said. Be aware, be careful while investing, because once you get something, you invest more and then you lose as well. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you want to say something? Okay.
Yeah, as per my say, I do like technical analysis, right?
Right.
This is like not only we can analyze that pattern, the candlesticks. Okay. We can once we know to how to analyze that. There's a lot of patterns and 10 lines. Once we identify the structure and the candlesticks we learned, we can apply for so many markets. It's not only for like stocks, BSE, NSE. It's not like, even I'm a forex trader. Okay. It's an Indian trader, Indian options, and I'm applying for like it's a normal. Okay. We can apply crypto, and there's a lot of things. The silver, lithium. Okay, it's like a community based. Okay. Yeah, and then like some madam is told we lost everything. It's not about that. Trading is not.
We learning a price action and SMC.
Oh, I see.
We'll collaborating together.
Good.
The thing is not
Actually, running a community.
Communities.
Yeah, we have an academic also.
Oh, good. Very nice.
Then madam told like once we invest we lost something. It's not about like that. What we have as per a trader, we know how much we're gonna lose in a trade. There's a have a psychology myth is there.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I would like to invite Mante Mori and please.
Come, madam, please. You're able to come? Come. Oh, you are together, is it? Yes, together. Oh, I see. Hello, how are you? Please come, please come. Okay. Oh, one certificate for both of you. Okay, happy congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Anil Sulegi Premnath. The topic is smart taxation.
No, some are consultants. Where is the tea? Where is the tea? Where is the tea? Here only. how are you actually? I was in an international conference actually.
Sir, there's no starting session. No, I should not present. No. I'll take only 5 minutes, not 40. I'll just take only 5 minutes.
What did you ask about the time? What did you ask?
Only 5 minutes.
Last time already the first thing he presented that.
This is not granted again, don't worry.
3:30 buses. Buses waiting 3:30.
Yes. I know. And may I have your attention, please? Thank you so much. And I know I'm the last one, but nonetheless, I'll not take much of your time. My research paper is about smart taxation, integration of artificial intelligence. My dear students and friends, can you please listen to me? We are, as sir told, we are running short of time, and I do not want to drag it anymore, right? So yes, of course, my topic of research is integration of artificial intelligence with the help of taxation, and how we can better come to a better conclusion and right. So the topic goes like this: smart taxation, a comprehensive study on artificial intelligence integration with Indian tax audits and corporate governance. Anyway, I'll just make it like this. Introduction to the importance of artificial intelligence in taxation is my topic. And the objectives of these researchers is I want to explore the role of artificial intelligence in Indian taxation, taxpayers' perception of artificial intelligence, because this is a very new and recent development in India, wherein the taxpayers are becoming aware of artificial intelligence and the taxation along with the artificial intelligence and automation as well. Since I told you already, India is moving towards digitization. These are the objectives of research: legal and ethical aspects, artificial intelligence role in tax administration, opportunities in tax administration, opportunity for artificial intelligence, and policy recommendations, etc. I'm sorry, I have to be a bit fast. So in the literature review, I could find these things wherein the role of artificial intelligence in taxation, taxpayers' perception, and AI in tax administration and services. Further, I could get, despite the considerable attention given to the integration of artificial intelligence in tax administration, a notable gap remains in our understanding of why certain aspects of this transformative shift remain unclear. Specifically, there is a lack of clarity why some taxpayers are more receptive to the artificial intelligence and other people are also as compared to the others, and what factors contribute to the varying perceptions and behaviors in response to these technological advancements. Because even what I have seen, when my clients when my client get one small income tax notice or one small communication from the income tax department, they get scared, right? And they immediately they call us and they forward the messages, they follow up with us, right? So some people are scared of it and some people they receive it positively. The existing literature, right, written by others, which is rich in exploration of the benefits of AI in tax audit, fall often short in addressing nuanced factors influencing the taxpayers' attitudes and reactions. This gap in knowledge prompts an exploration to the intricate interplay between artificial intelligence technology and the human elements within the tax system. To address this gap, I have to, in understanding the purpose of this study was to unravel the complexities surrounding the Indian integration of AI in tax audits and its impact on the taxpayer behavior. Our research sought to investigate the factors shaping taxpayers' perception, attitudes and compliances in the context of AI-driven tax assessment. The principal aim was to contribute to nuanced insights into the dynamic relationship between AI technology and human actors within the tax system. So these are the problems we could find, right? In India, challenges like tax evasion, it's not only in India, there are a lot of countries which face these problems, like about tax evasion, right, and administrative inefficiency, corruption, right, misuse of power and by tax authorities, etc. There is a common problem for all the countries, right? Lack of manpower tasks such as data entry and tax audits have prompted the government to implement intelligence and machine learning, because when we could see when during the assessments when data entry is mistaken, right, the data entry is not properly done, the taxpayer is the one who actually again faces tax and penalties and all such complications he will go through, and not the person who has data entered, because he gets transferred to some other place now, right? But it is the taxpayer who suffers a lot. And then the sample survey, I conducted a sample survey with a very less number of people, but the profile of people was like diverse. So a sample survey was conducted on various topics, gathering responses from various tax professionals, students, industry specialists, and business owners, employees, and students. Right? Many of my clients have very positively, they have actually responded to my query and to my research. They could respond in a positive way, and these are my findings. My majority, what the comprehensive finding I can say is the integration of artificial intelligence in the tax industry or in the taxation system was positively received by everyone, right? The people are not scared, people are ready to adapt to the change, right? Is what is my finding out of my research. So the finding is that the adoption of AI or machine learning in tax assessment is positively perceived. Just to tell you for an information, India is moving towards faceless assessment, wherein you do not have to meet the officer. You do not have to meet the officer. You have to just submit the things online. Your assessment may be taken in Bombay, or in Chennai, or in Bangalore, or in Delhi, anywhere. That is what is the beauty of faceless assessment, and thereby it reduces the corruption also. And e-commerce firms exhibit higher tax avoidance. What do you mean by e-commerce operators here is, say for example, I am a dealer and I sell my product through Flipkart.com or Amazon.com. I become e-commerce operator. And what is Flipkart and Amazon.com called as? They are called as e-commerce aggregators. Why this point comes up? Because the e-commerce operator are not much aware about the taxation rules and regulations in India. Many of the people, they are not even registered, which becomes a basic mandate in India, right? So, and AI tools in tax administration offer efficiency, simplicity, fraud detection, potential replacement of certain tasks traditionally performed by tax officials. I told, for example, assessments, right? Assessments earlier was I had to go take my all the documents of my client, appear before the income tax officer, explain all those things to him. Now what is happening? I do not have to meet the officer anywhere. I just have to upload the documents as sought by the income tax department. So AI chatbots, Indian income tax department recently had an advance, right? In the month of August 2020, there was a new version of income tax website which was launched by Indian government, and it has a chatbot also, which will help you understand the website, and also it may help you about the taxation as well, right? So Indian chatbots play a crucial role in income tax prediction, in enhancing accuracy in income tax efficiency. And this was the result. The survey result offer a comprehensive portrayal of diverse perspectives and attitude towards the integration of AI in the tax system. And the conclusion is, I'll finish it now, it does not take much time. The conclusion is the results underscore the dynamic nature of perspectives of opinions surrounding the integration of AI in Indian taxation, right? Demographic diversity ranging from gender to age to occupation. That is what I like during when I sought information from the people. It was male and female, and then it was the people who were from diverse industries, and also the students also have participated, right? With starting from 18 years of age and up to the super senior citizens who is whom I actually talked to, who is whom I actually sought information from. So people from 18 years of age to the super senior citizens also have participated in my research. So the nuanced exploration of awareness, perceptions and exceptions provide a foundation for a deeper understanding of the complex interplay between the stakeholders and the AI in taxation. The results contribute valuable insights to inform the policy discussions and strategic decisions related to the evolving role of artificial intelligence in shaping the future of taxation in India. Further, shedding a light on the varied experiences. Varied experiences, like they said it may not actually replace the tax officials even if the AI is integrated in Indian tax system, it may not replace the. I asked them whether AI can replace the tax officials or not. They said no, it may not replace. 47% of them they said yes, and 53% of them they said no, AI will not actually replace the tax officials because they are already employed and they will be allotted some other role in the AI. And for me to just tell you the difference of what I am speaking about. See, when we had VAT in India up to 2017, up to 30th of June 2017, when we had VAT in India, we had to go and submit the VAT forms to the VAT department, where the caseworker would take the VAT form, acknowledge it, and he would manually enter in his system. And also, he would not do it by himself. He would actually call someone from outside, he would give it to them. Instead of putting 1 lakh rupees, if he even puts one extra zero, right, and he submits, the tax, the assistant commissioner or the commissioner or the tax official, they would call us. You have made sales of 10 lakh rupees, but you have not paid the taxes accordingly. Is it my mistake? It is not my mistake. It is the person who has entered in the tax department. It is his mistake that he has not done that work properly, and ultimately I am suffering. And when the GST was introduced in India, that is why I say always it's a blessing for us, especially the tax professionals and the taxpayers. It's a blessing for us because everything moved from offline to online, and I do not have to go to GST department anymore. I do not have to visit the income tax department anymore. I could just submit the information online, and even the officer has no authority to call me for information. The officer has only he should email me. You should not call me that come you please give me this clarification. You should not call, right? That is the importance of what I say here, right? And I'm open for questions. I know, yeah, it was quite fast, and I'm really sorry, but I needed more time, and time is running out. And I hope you have understood the concept of my presentation, right? And I'm open for questions if the honorable juries can yes. Yes.
Is it mandatory to have an Aadhaar card in order to apply for a PAN card?
Sir, for NRIs it is not mandatory. For NRIs you can submit just the passport, and you can just very well have a PAN card.
But I think Aadhaar card now you can make as an NRI, no? Because previously there was some restriction, but now I think they are open.
Now the option is open, sir.
Because that is required. Probably they want to link Aadhaar and PAN card together in order to do any bank transaction.
Yes.
That's what they mentioned several times. Well, Mr. Anil, we got just a small gist on the use of integration of artificial intelligence into the Indian tax system. From your point of view, now how much it has been integrated? I mean, what is the human percentage of work and what is the percentage of work done by machine in the Indian tax system?
Sir, it is now in the baby phase actually. But sir, we are quite happy since I've been in the field of audit from past 21 years. I've lived through the changes in the Indian economy and the policies implemented by the government. but as I could see, much of our work is reduced. We do not have to go out, we do not have to roam around, we do not have to request the officer, all those things. It is all sorted and we are very happy with that. And the problem is people are not aware of it yet, but still the faceless assessment and the online work has made our work very easy. And these days, what I can say is about 90% of the work we do online, sir. And about artificial intelligence integration, it is in the baby phase, sir, but it has great exposure, it has great potential in future, sir. And all the assessments will be made very easily, and especially the fraud detection and tax evasion will be very easily identified by artificial intelligence, sir.
That means the human resources will be replaced at the rate of 20%?
Possible, sir.
Approximately.
Yes,
okay,
possible.
fine. One last question which I have is, in India they normally implement SGST and CGST.
Yes.
And both the burden falls on the customers. What is your opinion?
Of course, the tax is paid by the customer itself. See, basically, the consumer is the one who pays the tax. Say, for example, I purchase this mic and I'm consuming it for myself. I'm the end user of the product, right? And I'm the one who pays paying the taxes. And when sir says CGST and SGST, earlier in that, what the central government and the state government used to do is they used to fight. I need this much tax, I need this much tax. And it becomes a very big problem with the state government and central government to allocate the taxes between each government. So with the introduction of GST, what happened was, right at the source of generating of such revenue, the revenue is divided between two people automatically, half. That is why we call it is CGST and SGST. CGST means Central Goods and Services Tax, and SGST means State Goods and Services Tax. But that is CGST is taken by the central government and SGST is taken by the state government. And we have something called as IGST also, that is Integrated Goods and Services Tax, wherein when the goods or services crosses the border of a particular state, it is controlled by the it is controlled by the central government, and the deserving state where the goods or services are consumed is the state which gets the revenue, because GST is a consumption based destination tax. So it's like that. Right. Any other questions? Right? No, sir. CGST is paid to the state central government and SGST is state government.
Thank you, Mr. Anil. It was wonderful to have you here with some insight into the taxation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause.
Listening. And I really thank the ARC and Ravi sir to have given me the opportunity to present my book and also to present my paper. Thank you so much. Wish you a very good day.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we will have the valedictory by Dr. K. Ravishankar.
Good evening. I hope it's a tedious day for everyone sitting for the day, totally, from the morning till the evening. And this is a time for giving me a vote of thanks and also addressing who has come from abroad and taking the train and coming here and attending the session. So, I profusely thank the management of this London American College, City College campus, Dr. Kaup and Dr. Palson, for giving an opportunity to host the conference here. And the day was wonderful. We had 47 papers. It is deliberated. Some of them didn't come up, because of timings, but almost 32 papers has been deliberated today offline and online. That's a good sign actually. And I thank all the staff members who cooperated in the college to do this workshop a grand success. And thank you for that, being here for the whole day. Thank you everyone. And I thank all the participants who have come from abroad, stayed with us in the hotel, and also who has stayed outside the hotel and then came here for the conference. I thank them to support these research initiatives. only one wish is, I want all the paper to get published in a good journal, reputed journal. Okay, for that you have to make some efforts. Whatever comments given by the chairperson sitting here, and also I have sent my review comments for your papers. Kindly update that comments, and shortly we will be giving a notice to everyone to submit your paper to the journals. I expect the journal should be published before April. I wanted to happen this. In order to happen, this month is your deadline. Today is, we are in 25th. 5 days time I will give you to shape up your paper. Still, whatever corrections given to you, those people are online and offline, please listen to this. Is recording? Please record this and put it in the website also. I give you only 5 days time to you to shape up your paper according to the comments given to by the editor, and keep your paper ready to shoot your paper in the journal for publication. Okay, and important thing is, see the journal specifications. I will give you 3-4 options for journals. If you are selecting journal, see the journal specification of that, and see the paper, what they are telling, how they want it. They wanted X means, you put Y means, then it get rejected. Then don't say Dr. Ravi didn't guide me. You are not small kids to catch your hand and take you. That's also my responsibility. But I already catched your hand and made you to climb up. But still you are not listening to climb up. It is not, it's difficult. So the one thing is, you have to see the journal specifications and change your paper according to the specifications and put it. Most of them are did it, and don't get the rejection because of your negligence. Your quality of work is very good. See, always, you know, I will give an example of a woman only. Sorry for that. You want to go dressed into a wedding. You take how much time to get go to a wedding place? Rather than sitting in the wedding place for half an hour, you spend 3 hours outside. For you are preparing yourself for that wedding, to look nice for that half an hour. The similar thing is paper publication. The editor sees your paper for 10 minutes or something. For that you have to prepare for 6 months, 7 months. At the time you put your lipstick this way means finished. Your lipstick should be perfect. Then only everybody will say excellent. Is it right? But doing everything right and putting lipstick wrongly, then you lose your credibility on that wedding. It's you all get upset. Okay. I did all the work. Slightly my lipstick was wrong. This man was looking me badly. Similar way. My eyes looks at only bad things. What to do? That's the editor's job. Good things will never come to the face at all. As an editor, we see only the wrong. See, only the editor role is to reject your paper, not to accept. Understand this? This is our goal, motto. Motto is, how do you reject the paper? So, I am not a charity organization to accept all the paper. So, there is no face of it. It can be anybody. So, thing is, I have to reject the paper. In order to accept, the proper dressing is required. I have given you dressing code itself. You are not listening to the dressing code and doing your work. It is difficult. I'm sorry. So please put your time, understand the dressing code properly, dress it properly and upload it. You take your time to upload, but the uploading should be perfect. Okay? And number of words, 3,500 to 4,500. As professor took 1 hour to present, it's good presenting, but not in the paper. In the paper, I want only 3,500, means 3,500, shut up there. Don't go to 4,000. Sir, I have done a large work, sir, yes. The paper publication pages is only 13, 14 pages maximum it goes, sir. It can be 100 pages, means PhD thesis will be there. Got it? So, number of words is very important. And plagiarism. Check your plagiarism, okay, before submitting. the paper, you get satisfied my paper is good enough to pass through the plagiarism first. Second thing, title of the paper. Be novel in the title of the paper. Don't go like a goods train, 14 compartments, 15 compartments. The words should be 50 words. Count is a good paper. As an editor, I can say 50 words is good for a title of the paper. If you are giving 300 words in the title itself, reading the title itself, it's maybe better. So title should be soft and sweet, and it should not be directly leading to your answer. If it directly leads, movie is over. I come to a movie, I should find out, oh, what is this movie? What is this movie? What is the story of the movie? Lastly, only the hero will come say, because of poor people I am doing this. Lastly, only he will say. If he says in the first minute, everybody will gone out. So that is very important. Until the last moment, the editor should not find out what is the story of this. So the title should be in such a way, it should be catchy and novel. Okay? So certain big tips I am giving you for publication, that's all. You all know it, you are all learned professors here. But as per my only responsibility is to publish your papers. So make this happen. I want everyone to have a success in life by publishing. See, a good career starts with good research. So career youngsters are sitting here. It's not a waste of time for you. Okay? Please make your CV strong by doing some research. Once you do some research, then automatically you will get some, eagerness to do more and more. Attend more of conferences like this, outside, inside, anywhere nearby UAE. Just travel and try to do that. You get some knowledge. And you will have a career guide because of that. Otherwise, you will not be focused. What to study next, you don't know. Where to go and join job, no doubt. So you don't have a career focus. Only by doing some research, you will have a career focus. Please do that. And I thank one and all here. I thank all the transport management people. I thank all the organizers making this room neat and clean and everything. Everything happened. Food committee members, okay, had a very good lunch, okay. And thank you for the students sitting patiently. I know that impatient, but patiently sitting until the end. Thank you for that, coming here and helping us. Lastly, I thank the management for giving us an opportunity to host here. I hope we will continue this service of doing this job of research, helping the people to publish their papers. This is our motto. I am trying to do that until we are here. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, please, sir. So we can call upon the names to get the certificates who are present here. Okay, can collect the certificates.
Dr. Monica Bansa.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಕವರಿಂಗ್ ಇದೊಂದು ಎತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕವರಿಂಗ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನೀನು ಫಸ್ಟ್
Dr. Manjit Kaur and Ms. Amjad Kaur. Dr. Anita, Mr. Bilal and Mr. Madana Kumar. Can you please come to the dais?
Come. Are you there? Please. Come. Stand.
up, come on, come on.
Thank you. Mr. Ashwin Alora. Dr. Pramod Kumar Mishra.
Very energetic.
Dr. Anita. Darshan. Mr. Anil. Thank you so much.
I should say thanks to the people who has come on my invitation. Gina Nelson, thank you for the coming from Abu Dhabi. She's an education. Okay. And Dr. Mr. Ramesh is an auditor, you know that. His wife has also come. And Dr. Brinda has come. Brinda is going to be a doctor. Okay. Brinda, yoga specialist. Okay. They have come on invitation.
Yeah, we'll all take a photograph.
All the paper presenters, please come first.
All the paper presenters can
Please,
come.
please.
Sir, everyone, sir, even the students. Yeah, students will also come. Next will come. First, let us have the paper presenters and everybody, all the whole crowd. Yeah, we can come on the stage. Maybe, yeah, we can all stand on the stage.
Jay,
come.
Jay, come in, madam. Come up.
Come. All the paper presenters. Some can be here.
Can you switch off that light bulb?
Projector.
No, not the light. This projector.
Light is coming in.
Yeah. No, projector switches.
Boys, please look here.
This way.
Can we have all our staff members coming, LACC staff, then we have all the students here. First, let us have the staff. Come, LACC staff, please come. Yeah, overall we'll also have one photograph, but let us have all the Central Bank and City College staff members along with the organizers. Mr. Jay is there. Jay is here. Come, please come. Everybody, please come. Come. Can I come? Come. Or some can stand like this down. here. Some can stand here. One row you can, yeah, one row down. Come. Yeah, we can go in front of it. Yeah, this is a good option. Yeah. I think you should clap for yourself. Good. Lot of effort.
Go back and
No, you can come. You can come. You can come. You can use a camera. Take the photo.
I think this is a success photo, no?
You want video or photo?
Photo.
Here, please. Smile. Here, please.
Now, can we have all the students, all the audience, please come. And then we'll have all together. One big photo. All the, yeah, we put it down. Come on, please come. Please come. Yeah, we can stand here also. Please come on.
చూడు భయ్యా
We can accommodate.